watching you when you leave. Something new. Keep hoping you feel this too. Holding on and on and on and on. Hoping I can get to know you better. Living in sweet suburbia. Some fun is all we want.
Hello and welcome to Big Train Baseball Network for a little Saturday evening action between the Alexandria Aces and the Bethesda Big Train. Hello everyone, I'm Quentin Corpuel, joined by my broadcast partner Phoebe Winters on College Night. Here at Shirley Povich Field, we have properly Mizzouified, Virginia Techified, and even Hendrixified the press box here at Shirley Povich Field. The latter paying homage to one of our lovely interns, Ian DeMaco, who currently plays lacrosse at Hendrix College in Arkansas. But I'm happy Mizzou and Virginia Tech are able to share a space. The last time that happened on a formal setting, Mizzou took down Virginia Tech in wrestling. So I hope this season and right now hasn't been like that, and I think it's been a little calmer than what the Hokies and Tigers put on the mat last time. But Phoebe, an exciting game, another rematch of the LCS from last year. The Big Train looking to avenge last game's loss against the Aces. What do you think Bethesda needs to do in order to avoid a repeat of what we saw a little over a week ago?
Well, I think Max Martzoff spoke a lot about this when he was in the booth with us yesterday during the top of the fourth inning. The Big Train players really need to calm down and focus on playing their game. It's setting up plays for the person behind you. It's, focusing when you're on the mound on just the hitter that's in front of you. It's not trying to swing for the fences and put up these huge numbers. It's playing a smart game. It's playing your own game. It's very focused on your own team and what you guys are doing. We've talked a lot about this. Summer baseball is not about winning. It's about getting those reps in. It's about getting better at the game itself. And so that's what the Big Train players need to focus on. It's not about the record. It's not about how the season turns out in the end. It's about focusing on what is at hand at the moment. It's focusing on your next at bat. It's focusing on the person behind you and the person in front of you.
So very good advice there from Max Martzoff last night amidst what was a tough game for the Big Train, an 11-1 defeat that was cut short because of rain. But tonight, a chance to get back on track. It'll be a clash of titans on the mound between Peyton Prescott and Zach Kwasny for the Alexandria Aces, who leads the league in strikeouts. But in regards to Prescott, who is changing schools, it was announced a little bit ago that he would be transferring from Jacksonville to Florida State. So, Phoebe, I want to know, the last time we saw Peyton Prescott, he looked really good in Bethesda's eventual 2-1 loss to the Grays. What do you expect out of him tonight? Are you expecting more of the same?
I'm expecting more of the same. He's very calm on the mound. He's good at what he does. And I think if he gets off to a good start, he'll be able to carry that sort of calmness and thoroughness throughout the rest of the innings that he pitches. Saw him as a two-way player. He's good at the plate as well as on the mound. So I'm expecting more of the same. Big Train's got manager Sal Colangelo in the dugout today. He wasn't here last night. So I think that'll definitely bring a lot more calmness and confidence to the Big Train squad, is having manager Sal Colangelo in the building today.
And Prescott transferring to a Seminole squad that has been part of a College World Series that's been nothing but electric thus far. We're only through 3 games, all 3 ending on walk-offs. Perhaps that same electricity can translate here to Shirley Povich Field as the Aces, who sport a league-best 7-4 record, visit Shirley Povich Field looking to improve once again. We'll be right back here on Big Train Baseball Network for the start of the game. Again, another LCS rematch between the Aces and the Big Train. You're listening to Big Train Baseball Network.
watching you when you leave. Something new. Keep hoping you feel this too. Holding on and on and on and on. Hoping I can get to know you better. Living in sweet suburbia. Some fun is all we
Hello and welcome back to Big Train Baseball Network as we're set to start the top of the first inning here between the Aces and the Big Train. On the bump for Bethesda, it is the former Jacksonville Dolphin, now future Florida State Seminole Peyton Prescott. Phoebe, tell us a little bit about Mr. Prescott and how well he has pitched so far this season.
He's been doing really well. We haven't seen him in action a lot for the Big Train yet this summer. We do have quite an extensive bullpen here this summer, so it's getting everyone a chance to step onto the mound, get the arm moving, toss the ball a little bit. So we haven't seen a lot of action from him yet this summer, but as you mentioned, he just finished up his freshman year at Jacksonville, now going to be going to his sophomore season at FSU. He's an exercise science major, and he got a lot of action his freshman season with the Jacksonville Dolphins. He pitched 6.1 innings. Sorry, he pitched 55.1 innings, recording 46 strikeouts. He had a season high of 6.1 innings, striking out 8.
So first up to bat is the left fielder Tim Nicholson, who has been the Aces' best hitter so far, as the count quickly 0-2. Now I figured tonight would be a good time to highlight each player's college, as these players, although many of them are from the District, Maryland and Virginia, coming to Maryland and Virginia from all across the country. Although Nicholson, one of those local products. Phoebe, you're never going to believe this, but George Washington University, named after the one and only George Washington.
That is some crazy brand new information for me. Thank you for sharing that.
As the 0-2 from Prescott outside for a ball,
Well,
it was one of Washington's wishes to establish a public university, or at least a university in the newly founded nation's capital, as that one's grounded to third. Diving stop by Whitaker gets it on to first to Wesley, who cannot make the tag as the throw from Whitaker was just off the mark.
that's right. We've got Davin Whitaker over at third base today. Last night we saw him taking over the right field position. We've seen a bit of a change-up in the outfield and infield these past couple of days, as we've seen some new faces enter the Big Train dugout. But tonight we've got Bastian in left field, Williamson in center, Diaz in right, Whitaker on third, Franklin on second, Newman at shortstop, and then Wesley, as you mentioned, at first base.
So now J.P. Peltier steps up to the plate. A Midwest man through and through, hailing from Vandalia, Ohio, currently plays his ball at Wright State, as the count now 1-1. Wright State has been a Horizon League powerhouse as of late, winning 3 consecutive conference tournaments, as the pickoff attempt is unsuccessful, trying to get Nicholson back to first. But Wright State getting the top seed once again this year, but getting upset in the semifinals by 6-seeded Youngstown State, as the 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed for a strike. But the Horizon League not short on drama this past season in other sports, especially in men's basketball, where the Oakland Golden Grizzlies upset 3-seeded Kentucky in the first round of the tournament, as Nicholson takes off for second. Strike 3 is called, but Nicholson will make it in safely in his George Washington area, crossing the base paths in a far less turbulent manner than Washington led his men across the Delaware River.
You mentioned Peltier. He attended Wright State University for his freshman season, had 34 at-bats, but he was very impressive from the field. He posted a .964 fielding percentage with only 1 error for the season.
As Jeremiah Jenkins rips this one to Newman, who is almost able to get the double play at second. So that ball was absolutely tattooed by Jeremiah Jenkins to Newman. But Nicholson able to make it back to second safely. And that'll bring up Jamie Quinn Irons, who, like Jenkins, appears to have changed his number from what the Rifkin League website says. So Jenkins, number 36, Quinn Irons, number 35, as opposed to 91 and 92, respectively. Here comes the first pitch to Quinn Irons. That one's outside for a ball. So Quinn Irons also coming from a DMV area school that starts with George, except this one's George Mason instead of George Washington. The 1-0 pitch upstairs for ball 2.
A local kid, he attended George Mason, as you said, grew up in Reston, Virginia, attending South Lakes High School. During his time there, he was the Concord Conference Player of the Year.
As that one's popped up over the backstop and out of play. That one hitting the Miracle League table along the Miller and Long grandstand. Thankfully, no one was there. Only the papers on the table feeling the brunt of that. So the count moving to 2-1 on Quinn Irons, a runner on second with 2 outs. As that pitch is in there for a strike. So Prescott in a good position to get out of this inning scoreless. Here comes the 2-2. That one's outside for ball 3. So look for Nicholson to take off on this pitch. As a ball into the outfield that drops safely will probably mean the first run of the game for Alexandria. Here comes the 3-2. That one lined into right center field. That'll drop for a base hit. Nicholson rounds third. He will score easily. Quinn Irons into second, standing up, and the Aces have struck first here in the top of the first inning.
So the Aces taking an early lead to start off the game. We've seen the Big Train in this situation again and again, it seems, where their opponents take the lead, but we've also seen them come back from huge score deficits to put up the numbers to walk away with the victory.
Here comes the first pitch to Riley DeCandido, who is fooled by the pitch inside for a strike. DeCandido played his college ball last season at the University of Maryland, one of the most highly regarded state schools in the entire country.
His father, John, also played a college sport. He played college basketball over at Virginia Wesleyan, and his sister, Madison, currently plays volleyball at Randolph-Macon.
So the count now 1-1 on DeCandido. Here comes the 1-1. And that one hit him. So the Turtle will take a slow jog to first. That'll put runners on first and second with 2 outs.
Plyler, a rising junior at the College of Charleston. He hails from Lexington, South Carolina, which is the same hometown as ETSU pitcher Andrew Cotton.
As the 0-1 pitch is outside for a ball. The College of Charleston, one of a few teams that felt like they should have been admitted to this year's college baseball tournament, were one of the most dominant mid-majors this season, but were left out as they fell in their conference tournament. As the 1-1 pitch is grounded, fielded by the first baseman Westley, and he gets it over to Prescott for out number 3. But the Aces strike first, courtesy of Jamie Quinn Irons. Let's see if the Big Train can respond to the bottom half of the first. We'll be right back here on Big Train Baseball Network. Welcome back to the Big Train Baseball Network, where the Aces have taken an early 1-0 lead as we're set to start the bottom of the first with the left fielder Jaden Bastian facing one of the top pitchers in the CRSCBL in Zach Kwasny from Ball State University.
Kwasny, a right-handed pitcher, rising sophomore at Ball State, hails from Mokena, Illinois. His brother Josh played baseball at Loras, Aurora, and Iowa Wesleyan.
There's a chopper to the third baseman, Harity, and he'll fire it on to first for out number 1. So a quick opening AB for Jaden Bastian, and that'll bring up the center fielder and fellow Floridian Andrew Williamson.
Again, Bastian, your left fielder for tonight. We saw him in that position last night, and we see him over there again tonight as the addition of Andrew Williamson, the center fielder, has pushed him over to left field.
Williamson playing his college ball at the University of Central Florida as the first pitch is chopped foul for strike 1. Now, I remembered when I saw the following statistic that my AP statistics teacher actually told me this, because I believe one of his kids went to UCF, is that Central Florida is one of the most well-attended public universities in the entire country, an enrollment of over 65,000.
That's pretty impressive. Can't imagine what the parking situation there is.
As the 0-1 pitch is fouled off for strike 2. Now, I knew previously that UCF had a healthy amount of students. For example, I remember watching UCF football's contest against South Florida from a handful of years ago, the one where Mike Hughes took a kickoff back for a touchdown, which was the eventual game winner, and that got the crowd live as Williamson will go down swinging for strike 3. So 2 outs on the board now for Davin Whitaker. But when I saw that stat, I was like, wow, over 65,000 people. That's pretty impressive. Do you want to take a guess at the number 1 most well-attended public university in the entire United States?
Public university in the entire most well-attended.
This was for the 2022-23 school year.
Okay.
As the first pitch to Whitaker's low inside for a ball. This is a known school, by the way. When I say the name of the school, if you're unable to get it, I believe you will know this school.
I'm going to say Alabama. It's a big school.
As that one's chopped foul for strike 1. Good guess, but no.
What state is it in? Give me a state.
Do you want the region or the state? The state might give it away.
Okay, give me the region.
West.
Western region. Okay. Okay. Like West Coast?
Not the coast.
Not the coast. Okay. Western region.
Here comes the 1-1 to Davin Whitaker. A big swing and a miss for strike 2. I'll give you 10 more seconds.
I'm going to say BYU?
That would be Arizona State.
Oh, okay.
As the 1-2 to Whitaker is skied out into left field. Under it is Nicholson, and he's got it for out number 3. So the Pirate will rock the plank back to the dugout as the Big Train go down 1-2-3. The Ace is still ahead 1-0. We'll be back for the top of the second inning here on Big Train Baseball Network. Welcome back to Big Train Baseball Network, where the Alexandria Aces lead the Big Train 1-0 as we're set to start the top of the second inning with the third baseman, Brendan Harity.
Harity, a switch hitter and rising senior at Western Michigan. Hails from Brighton, Michigan. Attended Brighton High School, where there he played for former Bronco Charlie Christner. Now, while at Western Michigan this past season, he started all 55 of the games that he played, posting 194 at-bats, knocking in 31 runs, 58 hits, 8 doubles, 19 of those base hits, slugging at .340, has an on-base percentage of .392, and batting just below 300 average at .299.
So the count now 0-2 on Harity, one of the several Broncos from Western Michigan in the Ripken League, as the off-speed is just outside for ball 2. Waiting on deck is the designated hitter, Sam Robertson, as the Aces will have this inning be 7-8-9. As the 1-2 to Harity is lined to the shortstop, Newman. A backhanded stop, but Wesley could not make the scoop at first. So Harity is aboard safely to start the inning for the Aces, and that'll bring up the designated hitter, Sam Robertson.
Hitter number 4, Sam Robinson.
Coming to Bethesda from Auburn University, a historically excellent athletic program across many sports. Might have a lot of this league beaten. Prestige of the school they play at, as the off-speed upstairs for a ball. Now, I'd say among our interns here within the Bethesda Big Train organization, the only one that I think would beat Auburn, who was represented by the one, the only Lily Stewart, is the University of Michigan. As the pickoff attempt at first is unsuccessful, the Michigan Wolverines represented by the one, the only Rekka Leonard.
One of our writers. She's going to be writing the game story for tonight. He's been doing some incredible work already with the Big Train squad this summer.
So the count's still 1-0 on Sam Robertson. Here comes the pitch. That one's popped up right into the glove of Whitaker for out number 1. So Robertson getting jammed, producing an easy out for the Big Train. And that'll bring up the catcher, Max Kalk.
The catcher number 30, Max Kalk.
Another Ball State Cardinal.
So rising sophomore at Ball State, hailing from Appleton, Wisconsin.
The first pitch to Kalk, in there for a strike.
Kalk's father, John, played baseball and football at Lakeland University. Kalk is an education major and hopes to teach middle school or high school after he graduates from college.
The 0-1 to Kalk. Fastball fouled off for strike 2. Kalk, another Ball State Cardinal, as you said, hailing from Appleton, Wisconsin. Located about 35 minutes outside of Green Bay. With Ball State last season, recorded a homer and 2 RBIs in just 15 at-bats. As the 0-2 pitch is lined into right field for a base hit. So that'll put runners on the corners for the Aces with just 1 out. And the top of the lineup stepping back up to the plate as the left fielder, Tim Nicholson, will try and replicate the success he had in his first at-bat.
The left fielder number 13,
Nicholson, as you mentioned, rising senior over at George Washington University. Before that, he also attended Georgetown Prep High School. While with them, his team finished the 2021 season undefeated.
As that one's grounded off the glove of Newman at short. So that'll score the second run of the ball game for the Aces. That'll likely go down in the scorebook as an E6. Now the shortstop, J.P. Peltier, stepping up to the plate.
By playing our new 50-50 raffle. Proceeds raised help support the next 25 years of local community.
Carter Newman taking over the position of shortstop for tonight. We've seen him play there before, actually earlier this week during a road game with the Crop Dusters. But we have yet to see Newman and Franklin in the infield together. It's typically either Newman or Franklin at that shortstop position. So interesting tonight to see manager Sal Colangelo changing up the positioning of the infield, putting Newman in shortstop, Franklin on second base.
So the first pitch to Peltier is a strike. Jordan Crosland getting the night off tonight. Has been starting at second base for most of the season. Now that spot will be manned by Franklin. Here comes the 0-1. That one inside for a ball. So the count now 1-1 on Peltier. Here comes the pitch from Prescott. That one's lined through the hole on the right side, base hit. As run number 3 will come around and will be safe at the plate. That one getting away from DeLisi, allowing 2 runners to advance into scoring position for the Aces, who now lead 3-0 here in the top of the second.
Nick DeLisi, the catcher for the Big Train tonight. A later addition to the Big Train squad. Previous games we've seen Cole Constable and Luca Perriello switch off that position night after night. Now with the addition of Nick DeLisi, it appears that for the moment they'll be switching off the 3 of them, each playing every other game.
The first pitch to Jeremiah Jenkins is fouled off. I thought we might have a wave to Dolphin connection, which would have worked out pretty perfectly between Christopher Diaz and Nick DeLisi at the plate. But unfortunately, that one not in the nick of time and also getting away from DeLisi. As that pitch gets by DeLisi, and run number 4 will come in. So Nicholson speeding home from third on the ball that got past DeLisi, and the Aces now lead 4-0. So the count now 1-1 on Jeremiah Jenkins. Here comes the pitch. That one outside for ball 2. We didn't get to see Jenkins in the last matchup against the Big Train, but he has been Maine's best player over the past 2 seasons. As the 2-1 pitch is high and outside for ball 3.
A rising senior at Maine, as you mentioned. In 2022, he went 2 for 2 on stolen bases and was named a freshman All-American. The following year, an NCBWA District 1 Player of the Year and America East Player of the Year.
As the 3-1 pitch is inside for ball 4. So now the Aces have runners on the corners with 1 out, as we'll get our first mound visit here of the evening. Again, Alexandria taking an early 4-0 lead. As it looks like this will be a simple confidence boost.
We talked about this last night with Max Martzoff and Jordan Capuano in the booth. Both of them pitchers who have found themselves in this position before throughout their careers. And Martzoff remarked that the best thing that your catcher can tell you when you're in a position like this, where the other team is getting players on base again and again and have players in scoring position, the best thing you can do is just relax and focus on the hitter at hand.
The first pitch to Jamie Quinn Irons is in the dirt for ball 1.
Martzoff also said that the best thing a catcher could tell him in that moment is just asking him, what can I do better to help you? Like, where should I expect your throws?
As the 1-0 pitch is chopped foul down the left field line, that'll bring the count to 1-1. But Quinn Irons looking to heat up his bat a little bit, entering tonight batting just 2 of 31 on the season, although he has registered 8 RBIs for the Aces. Here comes the 1-1. That's an off-speed high for ball 2. As the right fielder Riley DiCandido waits on deck, looking to add on to this 3 spot that the Aces have put up here in the top of the second. The 2-1 pitch is inside for ball 3. So Prescott trying to avert further damage, trying to keep this game at 4-0. Here comes the 3-1. That one fouled off into the netting behind home plate. So a nice job by Prescott testing Quinn Irons with the heater. And now the count will go full 3-2. Here comes the pitch. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. And so that'll load the bases for DiCandido.
The right fielder, number 25, Riley
Again, DiCandido, rising sophomore at Maryland, product of Virginia Beach. He was ranked the number 4 first baseman out of Virginia by Perfect Game USA.
As the first pitch is fouled off.
Only had 6 at-bats his freshman season with Maryland. Earlier this spring, he recorded 1 hit for a batting average of .167, has an on-base percentage of .375.
DiCandido entering this game batting .281. Has registered 4 RBIs and 5 walks as well. Here comes the 1-1. That one a swing and a miss for strike 2. So Prescott hasn't generated a ton of those over these first couple of half innings. But a nice pitch there to get into a pitcher's count. Here comes the 1-2. And that one hit DiCandido in the leg. So that'll bring home run number 5.
So a hit by pitch is past 2 at-bats.
The second baseman, number 40, Ethan Plyler.
As Ethan Plyler will step up to the plate.
Last summer, Plyler played his summer ball for Owensboro River Dogs in the Ohio Valley League.
As that one gets by DeLisi, but a big ricochet off the backstop keeps Jenkins at third. So the count now 1-0. Here comes the pitch. That one grounded to second, fielded by Franklin on to second for 1. On to first. It's a double play. So a much-needed 4-6-3 double play to end the inning, but not before the Aces put up a 4 spot. They now lead 5-0. We'll be right back for the bottom of the second here on Big Train Baseball Network. Welcome back to Shirley Povich Field here at Cabot-John Regional Park, where the Big Train have fallen behind 5-0 to the reigning league runner-up, the Alexandria Aces, as that first pitch to Matthew Wesley is popped up into right field, and it's gloved right at the line by D. Candido for out number 1. So Zach Kwasny working efficiently through these first handful of Big Train batters as Emilio Gonzalez steps up to the plate. Another Florida Atlantic Owl. FAU located in the beautiful Boca Raton, Florida. The first pitch to Gonzalez. That one outside for ball 1.
Kwasny was the Griffin Award winner his senior year of high school before he attended Ball State University this past spring.
The 1-0 to Gonzalez is inside for ball 2. Here comes the 2-0. That's an off-speed in there for a strike. Again, Kwasny leading the CRSCBL in strikeouts entering tonight with 21. A pretty hefty lead over second place. Also in just 12 innings pitched as the 2-1 is inside for a ball. Now Kwasny hailing from Mokena, Illinois, which is about an hour outside of Chicago. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 2. So Kwasny getting Gonzalez to bite on the high heat. And now the count goes full. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. That one fouled off out of play. So that one looking like a very similar offering from Kwasny, something high and away. But Gonzalez with such a large swing radius, able to get a piece of that one and stay alive. Another 3-2 pitch. That one low and inside for ball 4. So a good eye by Gonzalez. Puts a runner on board for the Big Train as Christopher Diaz will step up to the plate.
Walking up to Walk It Like I Talk It by Migos. Switch up in his walk-up song.
Now I will say Diaz talks awfully confidently, which is very good. And he's been hitting awfully confidently as well. Let's see if he can keep that going tonight. The first pitch to Diaz. That one's low in the dirt for a ball. Diaz looking to put some Migos on the base paths.
And walk it like he talks it. I will say Diaz, as you mentioned, very confident guy. I think he's also just a very positive presence. I got the chance to catch up with him before the Big Train started their road game at Blair High School, where they picked up their first road win of the season. He mentioned that, although they'd been having a bit of trouble, he felt very good about how they'd been playing together and conversations they've been having.
That 1-1 pitch is driven out into deep right field, and that'll ricochet off the wall. Gonzalez will stop at third. Diaz will stop at second.
So Diaz definitely walking it like he talks it, getting a double for his first at-bat of the night.
So now 2 runners in scoring position for the second baseman, Landon Franklin, whose Kentucky Wildcats won a thriller in their opening game at Omaha earlier today at the College World Series. Kentucky knocking off NC State in 10 innings, 5-4, on the back of a walk-off home run from Mitchell Daly. Again, that's 3 walk-offs in 3 games to start the Men's College World Series. Yesterday we saw North Carolina walk off Virginia and Tennessee come back against Florida State. The first pitch to Franklin popped way up in the air. Closing in on it is the second baseman Plyler, and he's got it for out number 2. So with 2 runners in scoring position and 2 outs, it's money time for Carter Newman.
The shortstop, the junior at Virginia Tech, number 38, Carter Newman.
Big Train already sitting in a 5-0 hole, hoping to get some runs on the board to boost the confidence of the team and get some momentum going here in the early innings of the game.
The first pitch to Newman is blocked by the catcher, Kalk. Newman hasn't been as productive as some of the other lineup stalwarts so far this season for the Big Train, but he has come up with a handful of big hits. Looking to add to that collection right now, especially considering the deficit Bethesda is facing currently in the bottom of the second. Here comes the 1-0. Off speed is in there for a strike.
We've talked about this a lot on the broadcast, the Big Train finding themselves in a position of having 2 outs on the board and then getting runners on base. And I think, again, Max Martzoff's words really speak to the mentality of this team, which is in these situations, they just need to focus on setting up the person behind them. And we saw Gonzalez and Diaz definitely set up a great position for the players coming up behind them.
So the count now 2-2 on Carter Newman.
Now hoping that Newman can capitalize on this situation they've set up for him.
Here comes the pitch. That one low for ball 3. So Newman not taking the bait on the off-speed outside the pitch prior. Now remaining disciplined on a fastball that looked just low. So the count now full with 2 outs and 2 runners on scoring position. A huge pitch here. Here it comes. That one swung on and missed for strike 3. So Quasdinet gets Newman down swinging, strains a pair of Bethesda batters in scoring position. The Aces remain ahead 5-0. We'll be right back with the top of the 3rd inning here on Big Train Baseball Network.
The juices in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Meet me in the corner, no. 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 Boogie down, mix up. Boogie down, fix up.
Welcome back to Big Train Baseball Network, where Bethesda trails Alexandria 5-0 as the Big Train have a new pitcher on the hill. In relief for Peyton Prescott is fellow Floridian Joey Wimpelberg, who's playing his college ball along with Andrew Williamson at the University of Central Florida.
Wimpelberg, a right-handed pitcher and rising sophomore at Central Florida. He played club ball for the Scorpions for 6 years before attending college. This past season, he didn't see a lot of action with Central Florida, only pitching a third of an inning. But we've seen him on the mound for the Big Train before this season, coming in as a reliever. Had a lot of success on the mound. And thankfully for him, his family was actually in attendance that game when he got to step onto the mound here at Shirley Povich Field earlier this season. His parents gotten a chance to meet them, and they mentioned that they tune into the broadcast. So huge shout out to Mr. and Mrs. Wimpelberg for giving us their support.
Putting the W in Wimpelberg as the first pitch to Brendan Harity is inside for a ball. Wimpelberg just pitching a third of an inning against Mizzou's arch rival Kansas back on March 22nd as the 1-0 is swung on and missed for strike one. Wimpelberg, a late addition to Big Train's roster, figures to be an important contributor over the next month plus as the 1-1 pitch. That one jammed Harity as Whitaker will scoop and fire to first for out number one.
So we mentioned that we saw Whitaker bounce around the field a little bit. Last night he took over the position of right fielder. Now he's back at what has become his more typical spot in the infield, the third base tonight, making an excellent throw over to first baseman Matthew Wesley for the first out of the inning.
As the first pitch to Sam Robertson is in there for a strike. Whitaker and Jack Guerrero have seemed to have made the hot corner their natural habitat through these first 11 games, as we're going to quickly stop play for a ball that got into foul territory. So the count 0-1 on Sam Robertson, representing Auburn University. Here comes the 0-1. That one lined into right center field, but caught by Franklin as he'll make out number two in shallow right field.
Again, Franklin not typically at that second baseman position, normally on the other side of the second base at shortstop, playing second base tonight, and one excellent throw, really was under it, reading the play well, was under it in time to make the catch for out number two.
So that'll bring up the 9-hitter, the catcher Max Kalk, as the first offering to him is outside for a ball. Here comes the 1-0 to Kalk. That one inside for ball two. So Wimpelberg looking to complete the first scoreless inning as the Aces' bats have been as hot as the summer sun so far this evening. As that pitch is outside for ball three.
And if you do plan to make your way out to Shirley Povich Field at all next week, be sure to stay hydrated, as Maryland is set to see a heat wave come in this week with temperatures reaching the mid to high 90s.
As that pitch is in there for a strike. So the count now full on Max Kalk. Was he the education major that you were talking about earlier?
Max Kalk, the catcher for tonight?
Correct.
Let me double check. I believe he was. Yeah. He is an education major, hopes to pursue a career in teaching either high school or middle school after he graduates from college.
Wow, those are two extremely difficult age groups, as Kalk fouls that one off to stay alive.
Well, I have no doubt he probably plans to also coach baseball for whatever high school or middle school he works for. Would be a little difficult to do at elementary level. And I will say, people have that misconception that high school and middle school are difficult age groups to work with, but they're a lot more independent and better at listening than some of the younger age groups.
As Kalk lifts that one high and deep into right center field, as Williamson's under it for out number three. So Wimpelberg schooling Kalk on that at bat. The first scoreless inning for the Aces. We'll be back for the bottom of the third inning very soon here on Big Train Baseball Network. Hello and welcome back to Big Train Baseball Network, where Bethesda remains behind 5-0. Bless you, Phoebe. As the first pitch to the catcher, Nick DeLisi, is in there for a strike. Now the count moving to 1-1. DeLisi, one of several Floridians on the Big Train roster. Although the Jacksonville Dolphins did recently lose one with the transfer of Peyton Prescott, as the count now moves to 2-1 on DeLisi, who has been rotating with Luca Perriello and Cole Constable behind the dish so far this season. As the 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed for a strike.
So with DeLisi at the plate, pitcher Zach Kwasny has now seen the entire lineup for the Big Train, whereas on the other hand, the Big Train pitching squad has cycled through the Aces lineup twice.
That one a high chop to Kwasny. And that one will bounce off of the glove of Jenkins at first, as DeLisi will board safely to lead off the inning. It appears that the CRSCBL has been hit with a heavy case of trampoline glove thus far this season. Jenkins the latest victim, as that'll bring up the leadoff hitter Jaden Bastian with no outs and a runner on first. Here comes the pitch. High and inside for a ball. Now let's see if the Dolphins can help each other out here. Try and spur some offense for the Big Train. Just one hit through the first couple of innings. Here comes the pitch. That one in there for a strike. So the count now 1-1 on Jaden Bastian, one of Bethesda's most prolific hitters thus far. As DeLisi will be sent back to first on a pickoff attempt.
One of the most prolific hitters, as you said, and also an excellent addition to the outfield. Last Sunday, we saw Bastian make an excellent diving web gem catch from center field to help propel Big Train into that victory over the Braves.
Bastian trying to channel his inner Trevor Lawrence, looking to be a Jacksonville athlete, sending a ball high and far. The 2-1 pitch is grounded up the middle and off. It looked like the upper body of the shortstop Peltier. It deflected into center field. 2 runners now in scoring position for the Big Train. Might have looked like Peltier got popped in the face. An unexpected bounce, causing that ball to ricochet into center field.
Quick visit over to Peltier, but he looks to be all right over there on second base.
So we had talked about a little bit ago the pros and cons of both dirt and turf fields.
And this is one of the cons of dirt fields, is you do get those weird hops from the ball, which can make it difficult to catch it and keep yourself protected. But as we see Peltier getting checked out, Quentin
And so now as Peltier gets checked out, getting a little bit of a check-in here as the Big Train trailing 5-0. Phoebe, what do you think Bethesda's got to do to get back into this game?
Well, I think getting a new pitcher onto the mound helped reestablish some control on the defensive side. So now that they've been able to hold the Aces scoreless for at least one inning, hoping to make it 2 consecutive, now it's time for the bats to get hot and really come alive here. We've already seen 2 of the Big Train's offensive players get onto base, we now have 2 runners in scoring position. So again, it's just calmly taking a deep breath, focusing on your game, focusing on setting up the player behind you, and it's just focusing on making those smart plays, shallow hits, not swinging for the fences, not focusing on, oh, we have to get 5, 6 in this inning to catch up. It's more just slowly creeping in and biting into that deficit.
So now Andrew Williamson in a 1-0 count. The Big Train, their first big opportunity for runs here, as that one's lined out in the left field and over the glove of Nicholson. That'll roll all the way to the warning track, as both runs will score for the Big Train. So a couple of lucky breaks for Bethesda. Nicholson just misreading that liner, and now the Aces lead has been cut to 2.
Just sailed right over the tip of his glove. Sent way high over him. So Williamson bringing in the first 2 runs for the Big Train tonight, cutting down the deficit to 3, setting up one of the biggest bats in the Big Train lineup. Davin Whitaker, number 26, again, one of the few holders of a home run in the Cal Ripken League. Huge bat for the Big Train.
So we're going to have our first mound visit here, as Kwasny's given up his first 2 runs of the evening. Davin Whitaker stepping up to the plate with a runner in scoring position. Still no outs. The Big Train doing an excellent job of not just getting runners in scoring position home, but doing it with no outs on the board, leaving themselves room for error.
Whitaker walking up to one of my favorite walk-up songs of the Big Train squad, LA Love by Fergie.
As the first pitch to Whitaker is fouled out of play down the left field line. Now as I peer out onto the concourse here, again, it is college night at Shirley Povich Field. A lot of different universities being represented. I saw someone with a yellow and black t-shirt that said Mr. Brightside, and I got very excited. But unfortunately, that was the University of Michigan, not the University of Missouri. As the 0-1 is fouled off once again, that'll bring the count to 0-2. Both schools claiming the famous song by the Killers as sort of their anthem. Both also Block M schools in the Midwest.
That's interesting that you guys both claim the same song. I think Virginia Tech has gotten a pretty strong hold over Enter Sandman as their song of their school.
As runner takes off for third, and Williamson's in there safely. So now the third run just a base away as Whitaker now in a 2-1 count. Now being on the field for batting practice today, Williamson just whizzed by me on a fly ball attempt. You sometimes forget how fast these guys are. I don't want to call him the Flash, but he is not too far from it, as the 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3, as Kalk will get it over to Jenkins to complete the strikeout. And so a big K there for Kwasny, as Matthew Westley steps up to the plate with 1 out and a runner on third.
But again, something we were just talking about, setting up the situation for the player behind you. Whitaker put a runner in scoring position for now Wesley. Only 1 out on the board. Has a great opportunity here to bring in run number 3 and really cut into this score deficit.
Now wouldn't be a bad time for the Big Train for Wesley to go yard for the first time since opening day. Gosh, that would have been so cool if he took one way over the fence. But a good eye there to lay that one off. The count now 1-0. Here comes the pitch. That one chopped foul.
Saw Williamson hop over that one as it rode the foul line.
Waiting on deck is Emilio Gonzalez. Another power threat. One that has yet to send a ball over the fence this summer. But you got to think it's going to happen at some point. Again, the count 1-1 on Matthew Westley. Here comes the pitch. That one an off speed outside. A good job by Westley of holding up. That breaking ball having a ton of movement. Jordan Capuano talking to us yesterday about how that kind of movement is developed. As the 2-1 looked like a changeup just inside for ball 3. It's so fascinating to see the kind of pitch grips different pitchers have on the ball, especially one like Capuano who's able to generate so much break on his slider. As the 3-1 is grounded to third, but that one will be ruled foul. As the count will go to 3-2 on Wesley. Even talking to Max Martzoff, who has a ton of movement on his four-seam fastball. Something that's not incredibly common. But it was interesting to hear Capuano talking about the desire to develop that third pitch. Not everyone can be Mariano Rivera with a killer cutter and an occasional heater. As the 3-2 is grounded up the middle, diving stop by Plyler, and he gets it on to first for out number 2. But Williamson scoring from third. A worthy ground out there from Matthew Wesley, cutting the Aces' lead to 2. As Emilio Gonzalez steps up to the plate with the runner, with the bases empty, and 2 down here in the bottom of the third.
As you can see, Diaz taking some huge swings as he waits on deck.
Here comes the first pitch to Gonzalez. That one low and inside for a ball. I must say, if Capuano is able to develop a strong changeup to go along with his slider and fastball, I think his future is going to be as bright as the sun that's about to set here at Shirley Povich Field. Hiding behind the trees and right as Gonzalez fouls that one off, bringing the count to 1-1.
As you were saying, it's incredibly fascinating to see him have such a strong desire to add that third pitch into his arsenal, but what an incredible way to make yourself stand out as a player in college ball, to have those 3 options for yourself as you hope to enter into the major leagues after your college career.
The 2-1 pitch is inside for ball 3. Now, not everybody can be someone like, think of Yu Darvish, for example. He had just an incredible amount of pitches he can turn to at any moment. But some pitchers like a Rivera, like other closers, lean on 1 or 2. But it's good to see Capuano wanting to add number 3, as Gonzalez will take ball number 4. And he'll reach base for the second time tonight, bringing up the right fielder Chris Diaz, who advanced Gonzalez to third on a stand-up double in his last plate appearance.
A similar at-bat here would tie the game for the Big Train and the Aces.
The first pitch to Diaz, inside for a ball. I think many here would love to see Gonzalez turn on the horses. Here comes the 1-0. That one inside as well for a ball. I must say, watching Diaz bat throughout these first handful of games, he's good at what I call Derek Jetering. Basically a reverse thrust outside of the strike zone to try and sell a ball call. The 2-0 pitch is outside for ball 3.
Yeah, I've mentioned it on previous broadcasts. He really moves with the pitch. You see those down low balls. He gets really low to the ground along with the pitch, kind of showing off that it is low and outside.
I'm curious to see if him or anyone else is able to Adrian Beltre a home run at some point in the summer. But Diaz won't have to do any swinging there, as he'll take his base on ball 4, bringing up the second baseman Landon Franklin with the tying run now at first base. Now, as the great Michael Scott once said, how the turntables. Kwasny looking dominant through the first 2 innings, but the Big Train rallying here in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
The second baseman, number 22, Landon Franklin.
Franklin had a lot of success over with the Tacoma Thunderbolts earlier this week, helping bring in another run for the Big Train during the top of the 5th inning, which was unfortunately lost to the airwaves there, but
We're going to have to tell that half inning like a mythic tale from the 15th century.
no one will ever know what happened there. But as we mentioned later on in the broadcast, as sort of a recap, was that Franklin's grandfather was in the audience for their matchup with the Tacoma Thunderbolts over at Montgomery Blair High School. No doubt bringing him some good luck as he had an excellent game earlier this week, helping the Big Train pick up their first road win of the season.
The count now 2-1 on Franklin. The Big Train hitting the road on Monday after another home contest tomorrow. They'll be headed to Waldorf for the first time, taking on the Southern Maryland Senators. Here comes the 2-1. That off-speed painting the outside corner for strike 2. So now Franklin in an even count with 2 outs. 2 runners aboard. Carter Newman waiting on deck. Here comes the pitch. Off speed just outside for ball 3. So I think what's allowed Bethesda to lay off those off-speed pitches from Kwasny, a lot of them are starting outside. A lot of pitches they and other teams that swung at have started in the zone and then gone out. As the 3-2 pitch is line fair down the left field line. Gonzalez is going to score. Diaz is being waved around as well. He'll score easily. Cleveland, this is for you. A 2 RBI double from Landon Franklin ties this game at 5.
What an incredible shot from Franklin. As you mentioned, that ball just staying fair, sailing past the third baseman and the left fielder to now bring the score tied at 5. Big Train coming back in a huge way. No doubt instilling that much needed confidence in this offense.
So now Carter Newman steps up to the plate with the go-ahead run in scoring position with 2 outs. As that one's grounded to the third baseman, Harity. He'll fire it on to first for out number 3. Now the Big Train not doing a lot of hitting in that inning, just 3 on the tally so far. But I don't think they really care about that too much, as they have now tied this game at 5 with a 5 spot in the bottom of the 3rd. We've got a whole new ball game. We'll be back in the top of the 4th here on Big Train Baseball Network. Welcome back to Big Train Baseball Network, where Bethesda has tied this game at 5 after a big bottom of the third inning. As the first pitch from Wimpelberg to Tim Nicholson's in there for a strike.
As was said on our Twitter, the offense did their offense thing. The offense coming up in a big way to now tie this game, putting up a 5 spot in the bottom of the third inning.
The 0-1 to Nicholson's grounded to the shortstop Newman. He bobbles it, and there will be no play at first. So Nicholson's aboard to start the inning, who will look to lead his men across the Delaware River in this Saturday evening contest.
Now, we've mentioned it again and again this morning, not this morning, the beginning of this game, as well as
you could have easily woken up in the afternoon. I wouldn't have judged.
did get to sleep in for the first time in a while, as it was Saturday morning.
As the first pitch is inside to Peltier for a ball.
But as I was saying, we've talked about it a lot at the beginning of this game and as well as on last night's broadcast. Big Train not needing to put up these huge plays, but needing to focus more on their individual games, making those smart plays to slowly cut into the deficit. But this is definitely not a bad situation to find themselves in. Going into the top of the fourth inning with a tie game. Now have the chance to sort of reset and take the lead for the first time of the game.
Here comes the 1-1. That off speed in there for a strike. Perhaps the Suns' lasting gift to the Big Train. Or some hot bats. Courtesy if it's Rays. Billions of miles away.
It's definitely a much sunnier situation here at Shirley Povich Field in more ways than one.
Especially after last night's downpour. There goes Nicholson, but that one's fouled off. So Nicholson will have to return to first as the count remains 1-2 on Peltier. Jeremiah Jenkins waiting on deck.
Again, you mentioned, since this is Big Train's second meeting with the Aces, as that pickoff attempt at first is unsuccessful. Big Train dropping the game in the first meeting with the Aces, now looking to avenge themselves and come out with a win. Well, even if the final score doesn't reflect it, I would say they've certainly avenged themselves here, coming out of a 5-0 hole.
That one's lined into right center field, and Diaz has it for out number 1. So Peltier's retired. That'll bring up Jeremiah Jenkins. Now, the University of Maine is not one we have talked about very extensively here on the broadcast, as Jenkins is the only black bear in the CRSCBL. Part of a Maine program that won the America East in 2023. Have made 7 College World Series appearances. A dominant mid-major in the 1980s. The first pitch to Jenkins is outside for a ball. Now, last year, he led the team in hits by a wide margin. Had 63 of them with second place, finishing with 51. Also hit 22 home runs. His lead was 15 in that category. Also RBIs and batting average. Runner takes off. Throw down to second. Not in time. So Nicholson swipes second. He's now in scoring position with 1 out. The count 2-0 on Jeremiah Jenkins.
Newman really extending his arm out to make the catch, and then had to fully turn around to try and make the tag. So unfortunately that tag not coming in time to get the runner off second.
Here comes the 2-0. That one's high for ball 3. Jamie Quinn Irons waiting on deck. The 3-0 offering. That off speed's in there for a strike. So let's see if Wimpelberg can battle back against the big bat of Jenkins, whose batting stance is awfully reminiscent of the olden days of baseball. Just so casual. As he'll foul the 3-1 off for a strike.
Wimpelberg coming in for relief, throwing an excellent inning to hold the Aces scoreless for the first time this evening. Hoping to do so again and really disrupt the momentum of the Aces offense.
The 3-2 pitch. That fastball's outside. 4-4. Jenkins will take his base. That'll put 2 runners on with 1 out for Jamie Quinn Irons.
Whom Jenkins, with back-to-back walks out to first. Jamie Quinn Irons was also walked at his second at-bat tonight.
Nicholson takes off again. And DeLisi won't even get a throw off as Nicholson swipes his second bag of the inning. Manifesting his destiny out on the base paths. Here comes the 0-1. That one inside for a ball. Curious to see if Jenkins takes off with a runner on third. He stays put as the 1-1 pitch is fouled off for strike 2.
We've mentioned seeing a lot of changes as we do get new faces coming in to the Big Train dugout as well as the bullpen. But I will say most of those changes have been coming in the infield and outfield. Haven't seen a lot of messing around with the lineup order, just making quick subs here and there. So it's interesting to see manager Sal Colangelo working through these different changes to find what works best and can create the best consistency for this squad.
As that off speed freezes up Quinn Irons as he's sent down looking for out number 2. That'll bring up the right fielder Riley DiCandido.
Now DiCandido has not gotten a hit off yet tonight. His previous 2 at-bats, he was hit by the pitch both times. Now while that did result in getting onto first, which I'm sure he wouldn't mind in this situation now, likely looking for a different result at this at-bat.
That's an interesting thought experiment. I wonder if you asked an average baseball player, if you batted 4 times a game, you were guaranteed to get hit on every single one of them, but you made it on base. What are the chances you would take it? I would go with no. That would hurt a lot, as pickoff attempt is unsuccessful.
That would hurt a lot, and you run the risk of then getting injured. But as Max Martzoff said, the mentality that they've been going with is setting up the player behind you, and getting on base guaranteed every time does set up the player behind you. So I as well would be interested in hearing what they have to say to that.
That one's grounded through the hole on the left side for a base hit. So Nicholson will score easily. That'll put Alexandria back on top 6-5. A productive evening thus far for DiCandido, as the second baseman Ethan Plyler will step up to the plate. The first offering to Plyler. That one's fouled out of play over the first base grandstand. Bouncing off the Davis family pavilion and into the kid zone. My goodness, that was a mad dash for that baseball. So the count now 0-1 on Plyler. The 0-1. Off speed in there for strike 2. Wimpelberg looking to keep this game at 6-5. Here comes the 0-2. That one lined through the hole, base hit. As Jenkins will be held up at third. But a nice piece of hitting by Ethan Plyler, loading the bases with 2 outs for the third baseman, Brendan Harity.
So that'll record Plyler's second base hit of the night. Gotten a hit off in all 3 of his at-bats tonight. Now stepping up to the plate, as you mentioned, number 11, Brandon Harity, got a base hit during his first at-bat, got a hit off his previous at-bat. Has the chance to bring in some more runs for the Aces here.
As that first pitch is fouled off. So Harity last season for Western Michigan, batting literally a hair under 300, as you said, recording 58 hits and 19 RBIs for the Broncos, who took the MAC championship once again. As the 0-1 off speed's in there for strike 2. Wimpelberg really leaning on that off speed thus far. It has been working quite well. Let's see if he sticks with it or tries to fool Harity with something else.
As he prepares to throw, as you've coined it, the money pitch here.
As that one's high and inside for a ball. Here comes the 1-2. That's a fastball low and outside for a ball. Waiting on deck is the designated hitter, Sam Robertson. Here comes the 2-2. That off speed inside. So now Harity, who looked to be in a disadvantageous situation, has now battled back to work the count full. Here comes the pitch. That one in there for strike 3. An awfully suspenseful strike 3 call from the home plate umpire, but Wimpelberg leaves them loaded, keeping the Aces to just 1 run in the top of the 4th as they lead 6-5. We'll be right back with the bottom half of the inning here on Big Train Baseball Network. Welcome back to Big Train Baseball Network, where the Aces have taken a 6-5 lead over the Bethesda Big Train, courtesy of an RBI single by Riley DiCandido, as the first pitch to Nick DeLisi is grounded to the shortstop Peltier, who fires it on to first for out number 1.
So the Big Train coming back in a big way during the bottom of the third, putting up a 5 spot to bring us back to a tie game. Aces got one across to reestablish their lead. Big Train now hoping to once again cut into the deficit and take the lead for the first time tonight. Again, they picked up their first road win of the season just 2 days ago, hoping to capitalize off of that success and bring themselves back to an even 500, above the 500.
The Aces entering tonight with the best record in the Cal Ripken League at 7-4. As the 0-1 pitch is grounded to the shortstop Peltier once again. And he will beat Bastion by half a step for out number 2. As that'll bring up center fielder Andrew Williamson.
Much more typical baseball game here at Shirley Povich. Sunny day, blue skies. Far different from the theatrics of last night. An injury to an umpire, pouring rain that cut the game short at only 6 full innings.
The 0-1 to Williamson's in the dirt for a ball. But yes, I do have to agree. That game last night was wonky in several different ways. Makes you appreciate games like these that are competitive and aren't affected by the weather, as Williamson will foul that one off for strike 2. This truly does feel like a classic summer baseball game. Ones that are portrayed on several different pieces of artwork around Shirley Povich Field. Just a certain charm that is unlike anywhere else, as Williamson skies that one into left center field, as that one gets by the center fielder Quinn Irons. Williamson around second. He will stop right there.
So Williamson taking his second double of the night, sitting in scoring position for the big bat, Gavin Whitaker, who's now walking up to Sweet Escape by Gwen Stefani.
Jamie Quinn Irons almost corralling that one for out number 3. But the speedy Williamson now on second. And the powerful Whitaker at the plate representing the go-ahead run. A whole lot of fireworks early on here from Shirley Povich Field. I'm sure if he were still around, he'd probably write a heck of a game, or at least through these first 3 2/3 innings, as Whitaker lines that one down the right field line. That'll roll all the way into the corner. Williamson scores from second. Whitaker will stop right there, and the Big Train have tied this game once again.
So the Big Train, again, tying the game, and now back-to-back doubles here. Crazy amount of success and luck here as we stare down the potential for the Big Train to take the first lead of the night. We'll see a mound visit over to Quasney.
Whitaker just so unafraid of swinging early in the count. That one proving beneficial to the Big Train, as Williamson had absolutely no problem making it home. And we're going to have a call to the bullpen for the Aces, as Zach Quasney's night is done.
Now, Quentin, we saw the Big Train take an early deficit, a position we've seen them in before, and sometimes they've been able to bounce back in big ways, other times not. What do you think is contributing to this success? Do you think it's the appearance of manager Sal Colangelo being back in the dugout?
That might have something to do with it, and as a superstitious guy, I feel like that I might be feeling like that might be more true than other people might think. But at the same time, it's not just hitting, but it's timely hitting as well. We saw not just Williamson hit a double, but then we saw Davin Whitaker follow it with a double himself. It's about stacking hits. It's about stacking good plays. You see this all the time in baseball and football as well, capitalizing on big gains with touchdowns and not just settling for field goals or, in some situations, having to punt. Just as a random example, the Buffalo Bills have had a ton of trouble with that over the past couple of seasons. They would have really big plays on their own side of the field just for their drive to stall out on the opponent's half of the field, and they'd wind up having to either attempt a field goal or punt, and in a sense, wasting what was a promising drive. The Big Train are capitalizing a lot, and that's really encouraged me thus far. That's what's helped them tie this game at 6.
I think another thing that is contributing to this success that we're seeing here tonight, and that we started to see with earlier in this week with the Big Train picking up their first road win of the season, is that culture in the dugout. We've heard manager Sal Colangelo as well as some returner players like Max Martzoff, who was in the booth with us last night, is that this team has gotten closer a lot more quickly than other Big Train squads have in the past. And I think that's something that is contributing to this success we're starting to see here tonight, and that we saw 2 nights ago when they picked up their first road win, that being able to come together, being so close with each other, that great communication and really caring about the person that's coming up behind you, less individualized thinking, less getting your own reps in, being good for yourself, being good to prepare for your spring season at your own college, but really focusing on the players that are coming behind you, focusing on your team here because you are so close with them. You are so connected as a unit.
Now, using connectedness as a sort of superpower to some might sound kind of corny, almost like something you'd hear in a movie, but it is absolutely true for the Big Train and could easily be one of the reasons they've propelled themselves back into this game after falling behind 5-0 in the second inning. As the first pitch to Wesley's hit high and deep into right center field. And that one's caught at the warning track by D. Candido for out number 3. But Davin Whitaker has tied this game at 6. An RBI double scoring Andrew Williamson from second. We'll be back for the top of the 5th here on Big Train Baseball Network.
The juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride the buggy train till the sun comes up. Ride the buggy train, ride the buggy train, ride the buggy train till the sun comes up. Meet me in the corner alone. 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 Boogie down, fix up. Boogie down, fix up. The juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride that buggy train till the sun comes up. Ride that buggy train, ride that buggy train, ride that buggy train till the sun comes up. Till the sun comes up. Till the sun comes up. Ride that buggy train, ride that buggy train, ride that buggy train till the sun comes up. Hey baby, I love the way you move. Say hey baby, I love the way you groove. Hey baby, I love the way you move. Say hey baby, I love the way you boogie down. Hey baby, I love the way you move.
Welcome back to Shirley Povich Field here at Cabin John Regional Park, where the Big Train have tied this game back up, this time at 6. As the Aces will lead off this inning with the designated hitter Sam Robertson, who takes the first pitch from Wimpelberg for a strike.
And on top of the 4th inning, we saw the Aces reestablish their lead with 1, and that lead has once again disappeared as Davin Whitaker, great piece of hitting, getting a double to bring in the tying run from Williamson. So the Aces no doubt feeling a little bit on their heels.
As that off speed is laced into center field for a base hit. So a nice piece of leadoff hitting by Sam Robertson, setting up catcher Max Kalk nicely with a runner on first and no outs.
Number 30, Max Koch.
As I was saying, no doubt feeling a bit on edge, a bit on their heels as they put one on to establish their lead, quickly dissipated due to the Big Train's offense. And we've seen Wimpelberg on the mound only allowing 1 run in the 2 innings that he's pitched. Been excellent on the mound.
Runner goes as the throw down to second is not in time. So Sam Robertson, who is primarily used as a pinch hitter a pinch runner this past season at Auburn, showing off that base running ability as the go-ahead run now in scoring position for the Aces.
Certainly has a set of wheels on him as he sped on over to second base. The throw from DeLisi to second, just
the
not in
1-0
time.
pitch grounded to Franklin at second, and on to first for out number 1, as Robertson will advance to third. That'll bring back the top of the lineup for the Aces. Tim Nicholson stepping up to the plate. I will say, you said Robertson has a pair of wheels on him. I wonder who the first baseball player, or perhaps this has already been done, to roll out with a pair of wheelies. Or
The shoes?
Or Heelys. That's what they're
Heelys?
called. Yes, Heelys, not wheelies.
Man, I miss Heelys.
Were you a former Heelys owner?
I was not, but I miss seeing them around. We should bring that back. Why did they ever disappear? What a fun thing to add to your day. You get tired of walking, you can just pop your foot out and start rolling.
The 1-0 to Nicholson is grounded off the glove of Whitaker. Fires it over to first, not in time. So the Aces take the lead as Robertson scores from third. The Big Train nearly executing that playing in defensive alignment. Unfortunately, Whitaker just could not get a clean glove on it.
Again, one of the cons of playing on a dirt field like this, makes it a little more difficult to scoop up when you are used to playing on a turf field, as most of these players are, as most college stadiums have transferred over to turf fields.
And one of the cons of playing as close to the plate as Whitaker, a sharp ground ball like that just becomes that much more difficult to field. As that one's inside for a ball. Again, a runner on first, 1 out. The Aces have scored a run for the third half inning out of the 5 they stepped up to the plate in. As that one will be low and outside for a ball. Nicholson thought about taking second for a moment. Wouldn't be surprised if he does at some point in this at-bat. Stole 2 bases the last time he got aboard.
Stadium lights have come on here at Shirley Povich Field as the sun is starting to set. As that pickoff attempt at first is unsuccessful. Sun is starting to set. Cool evening here in Bethesda, Maryland, as the Shirley Povich stands are packed tonight. Big Train supporters coming out to celebrate college night, rocking their college apparel.
That one's grounded, fielded by Whitaker. Gets it on to second for 1, and gets it on to first for a double play.
So Whitaker really avenging himself there.
Looks like the first 5-6-3 double play of the season. How about that to end the inning? So the Big Train now trailing 7-6. They'll look to get one back for the 3rd consecutive half inning. We'll be back here on Big Train Baseball Network. Welcome back to Big Train Baseball Network, where the Aces have yet again taken the lead, this time 7-6, as Emilio Gonzalez will lead off the bottom of the 5th inning for the Big Train. A big school. That makes 3 of us here in the booth. Technically 4th. We include one of our lovely production assistants, Jordan Parham. Apologies to the other production assistant, Lindsey Morin, whose American University Eagles, I don't believe, qualify for a power conference school, unless conference realignment gets completely out of hand. As the 2-2 to Gonzalez is inside for a ball. But Kaylee, I guess we haven't really talked about any of our current experiences at college. You seem to be loving Penn State a lot.
Yeah, I do. It's a great place.
That one fouled off by Gonzalez.
I mean, for so many different reasons. I love my academics there. I'm a broadcast journalism major, and I've gotten the chance to be on the sideline at football games, cover so many different sports, be live on Big Ten Plus. So many things that I couldn't even imagine were possible in college.
As Gonzalez fouls off another pitch.
And then on top of that, obviously, there's so much spirit at Penn State. I mean, I'm biased, of course, but I would argue it's one of the most spirited universities. And it's just fun to go to a place like that, you know, where so many people love where they go to school. And so I'm very lucky that I can say that.
As the 3-2 pitch is skied out in the left field, back goes Nicholson, and that's over his head and over the fence on a bounce. As Gonzalez might have thought that was a home run. He scared me for a second. I thought I missed a home run call. But Gonzalez will take second on the ground rule double. Boy, I was about to make an impromptu eye appointment for myself.
It's slightly confusing when it goes off the wall like that.
Difficult to tell if it's in front of the fence
I know.
and bouncing or has bounced behind the fence, but Gonzalez now on second as we send up Chris Diaz to the plate. So, Kaylee, we've now watched the Big Train bounce back and tie this game twice. What do you think is contributing to this success tonight?
Gosh, I don't know if there's one answer to that question. I think they're seeing the pitches better. Obviously, there was a pitching change there in the 3rd inning, which helps the situation because you're facing someone different. But I don't know what the Big Train's problem is with the first couple innings there. It seems in every game the past couple of days, past couple of weeks even, they've struggled to get going in those first couple innings. I don't know why, and I don't think the coaching staff knows why necessarily, and that's definitely an area of improvement for the team, but at this point they look great.
As Diaz will look at the 1-1 pitch for a strike.
And obviously it's important that bats are swinging the way you do because they are right now, because I talked about it in one of the earlier games. As soon as one player starts hitting well, it will likely caress down through the lineup. And that seemed to be what's happened.
Diaz with a shot out into center field. Under it is Quinn Irons. He makes the catch for out number 1. So Diaz is retired. And with the runner still in scoring position, that'll bring up Landon Franklin. Already a productive night for him.
That's right, got a base hit at his last at-bat, got a hit off at his first at-bat of the night.
Phoebe, what do you think's led to this flurry of runs?
This flurry of runs, I think it's a confidence boost. Obviously, picking up your first round win earlier this week is a huge confidence boost for this squad. I think having manager Sal Colangelo back in the dugout has helped a lot. I think the boys on the Big Train definitely look up to him so much. So being able to see his face has definitely done wonders. Having Joey Wimpelberg up on the mound, he's done incredible. It's only his 2nd time on the mound for the Big Train this summer. Been an incredible pitcher, an incredible addition to the bullpen here tonight. I think also the better weather has helped a bit. Last night was such a theatrical game, as we were saying, with the weather coming in, and also with the surprise injury to the umpire. I think this is definitely just a much more calm game that we're seeing, and we had Max Martzoff in the booth with us earlier. He said that before their first road win, he was saying to the team that they need to focus on playing their own game, focusing.
As that one's grounded to third base, picked up by Harity, and he fires it on to first for the out. And it looks like Jenkins, had he not applied the tag, Franklin might have been safe. So a good play there by the Maine Black Bear.
Number 38.
And so that'll bring up Carter Newman with a runner on second base and 2 outs. Yeah, I would have to agree with you, Phoebe. It's pretty hard to play baseball when it's raining like it was in the final seed in the Outsiders.
One of the other interns and I were huddled under a sweatshirt as the rain was pouring down.
As the first pitch is in there for a strike. So you took the Jacob Sartorius song pretty seriously.
Yeah, it kind of came all at once. We weren't really prepared for the rain. It was such a hot day yesterday. That downpour was kind of out of the blue.
As the 0-1 is swung on and missed by Newman for strike 2.
Definitely a bit of a surprise, and just the surprise of last night. They didn't get to complete the game. It's the first game they've seen this season where they didn't get to play through completion. I think it was just an odd game, a sore thumb in this season. So I think having a much more calm evening weather-wise, they've been able to focus on the words of Max Martzoff and manager Sal Colangelo.
There's a line shot into center field. Diving for it is Plyler. He can't get to it. Here's the throw to the plate. It's not in time. And Emilio Gonzalez scores the tying run. Newman now into second. A stellar piece of 2-out hitting from Carter Newman.
That effort by Emilio there on that scoring run was huge for the Big Train. It would have been easy for him to stay and stop at third. But no, that run was not guaranteed by any means, and he sprinted it out and got the run.
A great effort from the second baseman, Plyler, as Luca Perriello will step in for Nick DeLisi. On DeLisi's last at-bat, it looked like he was limping a bit heading off the field. Again, had missed the early part of the summer due to an injury. Let's hope it's not anything too serious, as the first pitch to Perriello is in there for a strike.
The catcher play is interesting because it seems the Big Train are on an even rotation of the 3 catchers, especially with DeLisi back in the lineup, which creates a little bit of difficulty with some of the pitchers.
As the 0-1 to Perriello's outside for a ball.
You know, kind of with that communication and consistency, but it seems like they're managing well so far.
You bring up an excellent point. It's another change from college baseball to now summer leagues, that you don't get those weeknight practices. It's just game after game. So having that.
There's a fly ball in a shallow right field as it drops in front of DeCandido for a hit. Newman will stop at third. It looked like he wanted to take home for a second, but probably a smart play, as now there are runners on the corners for the leadoff hitter, Jaden Bastion.
Number 2, Jaden
I trust
Bastion.
Carter's decision-making in that situation. He's got some wheels on him, so I don't think if he didn't believe he was going to get home, he wasn't getting home.
And something that we've been talking about tonight is just what the team has started to echo from manager Sal Colangelo, setting up the player behind you, and that's certainly making a smart play there to make a better situation.
As the first pitch to Bastion is outside for a ball.
To make a better situation for the player coming up behind you.
We've now had 5 consecutive half innings with at least 1 run. The fireworks aplenty here at Shirley Povich, as Bastion will ground that one through the whole base hit. Newman will score from third, and the Big Train have taken an 8-7 lead, courtesy of Jaden Bastion.
So the Big Train now sitting with the lead for the first time this evening. How do you think that's going to do to propel the rest of this game moving forward?
It's always easier to play from ahead than it is to play from behind. You don't feel like you're having to play catch-up. You can maybe make some of those mistakes with a tiny bit of cushion behind you. You can be more aggressive at the plate. And from a pitching standpoint, So I think that will definitely help the Big Train in this case. These are the types of games you like to watch, you know, competitive, good baseball games, especially in the past 2 or 3 innings here. So I'm enjoying this one.
Big Train definitely on the up and up after last night's dramatics.
Number 29, Andrew Williamson.
So that'll bring up Andrew Williamson with runners on first and second and 2 outs.
Big Train already taking the lead, now have 2 runners on base, the potential to extend this lead even further.
As the first pitch to Williamson's an off-speed outside for a ball.
Williamson has been such a good addition to this team. He's been so consistent, both in the field, obviously in a very crucial position there in center field, but as well as at the plate. He's had a big night even tonight.
There's a high pop-up into shallow center field. And under it is the shortstop Peltier for out number 3. But the Big Train will not go down without a pretty good fight as they have retaken the lead once again. Now up 8-7. We'll be right back for the top of the 6th here on Big Train Baseball Network.
Move so fast. Here's hoping this night will last. Just let go. We're spinning with our eyes closed. Holding on and on and on and on. Hoping I can get to know you better. Living in sweet suburbia. Some fun is all we want. Two kids come alive in a night rush. I'll be the girl next door. You'll be my summer crush. Yeah, I think you should come and pick me up. 'Cause nothing feels as good as summer. Two kids come alive in a night rush. I'll be the girl next door. You'll be my summer crush. Yeah, I think you should come and pick me up. 'Cause nothing feels as good as summer.
Welcome back to Big Train Baseball Network, where Bethesda has taken an 8-7 lead as we're set to start the top of the 6th inning with Jeremiah Jenkins.
Got a new pitcher on the mound as well as a new catcher behind the plate. We mentioned how Big Train's been sort of
As the first pitch is swung on and missed for a strike.
has been switching off the 3 catchers, giving them each equal amount of playing time. But I think with Delisi coming in later than the other 2,
Jenkins checking his swing.
hasn't
Turned out to be a good call.
hasn't gotten the chance to fully recover from the injury that was preventing him from starting the season. And then when we saw him coming off the field, no doubt looking to get some more of that R&R to prepare for future Big Train outings.
So the count now 2-1 on Jenkins. Looking to improve upon his summer ball numbers from 2023. when he played with the Sanford Mainers. Just 22 hits and 111 at-bats. As he'll look at that one for a strike.
And again, new pitcher on the mound for the Big Train in Jonathan Stevens, the rising sophomore. Out of Alabama, we've seen him come in for relief a couple of times here this summer.
As the 2-2 pitch is grounded foul down the first base line.
An incredibly strong addition to the Big Train bullpen. He was the third-ranked right-handed pitcher and number 12 recruit out of Alabama, as per Perfect Game USA.
The 2-2 to Jenkins. That one way high.
Perriello leaping up from his position on the ground behind the plate to make that catch.
I honestly would not put it past Perriello to jump and then do a backflip, land perfectly on 2 feet, and then try and frame the ball like it was a strike.
He has got some incredible energy.
As the 3-2 pitch is just inside for ball 4. So a good eye there by Jenkins. And the leadoff batter is aboard once again for the Aces. Bringing up the center fielder, the cleanup hitter, Jamie Quinn Irons.
So Jenkins been walked in 3 of his last 4 at-bats tonight. But I'm sure he'll take a base any way he can get. Calling back to our question of whether or not players would take the hit by pitch if it meant they were guaranteed to get on base.
Now here's a better question. What if every at-bat was a walk? I think that would be more interesting than a hit by pitch. As the count now 2-0 on Quinn Irons. Because you're basically telling the batter that they are never, ever going to get a hit. But they'll get on base. So how willing are they to sacrifice their personal stats for the good of the team?
That's an excellent question.
So the count now 2-1 on Quinn Irons.
Someone was swung on and missed. Excellent question, because it does bring in the question of what their mentality is. Is it more team focused or more individual?
As the 2-1 pitch is high for ball 3.
I think they're both interesting standpoints, though, because it always getting hit by a pitch, getting awfully hurt out there at the plate.
That's called workshopping. Glad we did it up here in the booth. Glad we were able to formulate a more sensible question as Quinn Irons fouls that one off to bring the count full.
We might have to ask our social media team to create a video asking the players their take on our now workshopped question.
Here comes the full count pitch, swung on and missed for strike 3. So there's that high fastball Stevens has been working a ton in his relief appearances, especially on 2-strike counts. As Riley DeCandido will step back up to the plate. As the first pitch is in there for a strike.
DeCandido, the man who sparked this question about being hit by a pitch, who was hit by a pitch during his first 2 at-bats, got a base hit during his 3rd at-bat.
And so we have another quick stoppage in play for a ball on the field. That one quickly resolved by Christopher Diaz. Out in foul territory and right. Again, the count 0-1 on Riley DeCandido with 1 out and a runner on first. His Aces squad trailing by 1. Here comes the pitch. That one nearly hit DeCandido for, I believe, a 3rd time tonight.
That would be the 3rd time, as I said, his first 2 at-bats hit by a pitch.
The 1-1 pitch is fouled off for strike 2. So Jonathan Stevens looking for his 2nd K of the inning. He got Quinn Irons swinging on a high fastball. Let's see if he goes back to it here. And there is that third hit by pitch for DeCandido.
DeCandido, just a ball magnet tonight, it would seem. But I'm sure he's happy to take a base again any way you can, but that is truly an unfortunate outing. 3 of your 4 at-bats being a hit by pitch. As we'll see a mound visit over to Stevens, no doubt, trying to instill some confidence in him. I'm sure hitting a player does shake the nerves a little bit there.
Especially with 2 strikes. Stevens was so close. Almost feels like a disappointing reset, I can say, with many years of pitching for BCC rec baseball under my belt. Those instances are definitely deflating where you're right there and you make a mistake that, in a way, for the opposition feels like a bailout. But now Stevens looking to recover with runners on first and second, and the second baseman Ethan Plyler stepping up to the plate.
Number 40, Ethan
You
Plyler.
can see Stevens sporting a camo Alabama hat on the mound here tonight.
The first pitch to Plyler's in there for a strike. A great start to this at-bat.
Showing off his pride for the Crimson Tide. Saw Luca Perriello before the game sporting a Virginia Tech shirt as well as a Virginia Tech hat. Seemingly very excited to attend Tech in the fall.
As Plyler could not hold up on that check swing, so the count will go to 0-2. I have yet to see any Mizzou apparel. I've also yet to see any Hendrix College apparel. Outside of our good friend Ian DeMaca.
And the booth.
And the booth. The 0-2 pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. Perriello nearly connecting with Wesley for the double play. But DeCandido is able to get back to first in time. And that'll bring up the third baseman, Brendan Harity. Here comes the first pitch. That's an off-speed in there for a strike.
You mentioned we haven't seen a lot of Hendrix College apparel here tonight, but I am curious to see.
As the 0-1's fouled off for strike 2.
What the most obscure college being represented here tonight is from our fan base.
Now I'm just word vomiting here. I'm going through the colleges I've seen so far tonight. I've seen Marquette, Vanderbilt, obviously Maryland, obviously American. I've seen Haverford. That's pretty rare. As the 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3, Perriello picks this one up, and it's dropped by Wesley. So the strikeout is not completed, as that ball just popped in and out of Wesley's glove. And now the Aces with new life. The bases loaded with 2 outs for the designated hitter, Sam Robertson. Here comes the first pitch. That one high for a ball. Let's see if the big train can bounce back from another unfortunate circumstance. The 1-0 pitch. That one high for ball 2.
You mentioned how deflating it can be as a pitcher, looking at an 0-2 count and then a small mistake costing you a base. Small mistake there between catcher and first baseman, landing in yet another base.
So the count 2-0 on Robertson. Here comes the pitch. That one outside and in the dirt for ball 3.
Again, the big train has tied the game twice tonight. In the previous inning,
As the 3-0's in there for a strike.
The previous half inning took the lead for the first time tonight, not ready to sacrifice it yet. In a bit of a jam here with the Aces having the bases loaded. 2 outs on the board.
As that one's skied into shallow center field, and it'll drop for a base hit. The tying run is in. The go-ahead run scores as well. The ball gets away from Perriello. And the Aces have taken the lead, courtesy of Sam Robertson, who now stands at second. What looked like an inning that would see the Big Train maintain their 8-7 lead has suddenly been turned upside down. Now the Auburn Tigers, well known for flipping games upside down, especially their football team. Namely the prayer of Jordan Hare in the kick 6. That spirit ever present here in the top of the 6th inning. The Aces taking an unexpected 9-8 lead as the first pitch to Max Kalk is inside for a ball.
As you said, flipped on its head here in the top of the 6th inning. But as Kaylee mentioned while she was in the booth,
As that one's skied. Whitaker's under it, and he's got it for round number 3. Please finish what you were about to say.
I was going to say, as Kaylee was saying while she was in the booth with us, this is one of the most competitive games we've seen for the Big Train this season. Really battling back and forth. The lead changing hands now 2 times. 3 times?
Lots of times.
2 times.
So we're going to go to commercial break. We'll be right back for the bottom of the 6th inning. You're listening to Big Train Baseball Network. Welcome back to Shirley Povich Field here at Cabin John Regional Park, where the Aces have taken a 9-8 lead as we're set to start the bottom of the 6th inning. We've got a new pitcher on the mound for the Aces subbing in for Sean O'Keefe. It's Tucker Narkinski as his first offering to Davin Whitaker's outside for a ball.
Narkinski, right-handed pitcher and rising junior, just completed his first 2 years at Tallahassee Community College, hailing from Tallahassee, Florida. And as you mentioned, Davin quoted, "How many more twists and turns will this game have?" And it's true, as Kaylee Tallman was saying, a very competitive ball game here tonight at Shirley Povich Field.
We've been witnessing a level 5 roller coaster, specifically talking about the ones at Busch Gardens, as the 1-1 pitch is fouled off down the left field line and out of play. That'll bring the count to 1-2. But roller coasters like the Dominator, which I believe is the scariest and most daunting. That's the same thing.
I like the use of synonyms, though. Are you a big fan of roller coasters?
Absolutely not. My number one fear is heights. As the 1-2 pitch is lined to the first baseman, Jenkins, who
Drops
corrals
it.
it at the last second, but can't get it over to Narkinski in time. So the hustle by Whitaker puts a runner on to lead off the inning, as Matthew Westley will step up to the plate. But as I was saying, my number one fear by a galaxy of miles is heights.
I'm not a huge fan of heights either, although I will say on a roller coaster I do feel pretty secure in the metal encasing, although I have attended a couple of fairs in my time, namely Fairfax Fair. Huge fun, but definitely feel a little more spooked when going on those roller coaster rides, as they are brought up and taken down day after day.
I think that's where we differ. I do not trust the harnesses, I think, as much as you do.
Then trust the physics, as our producer, one of our producers, Jordan Parham, would say, who attended tech.
As Wesley swings and misses for strike 2.
Attended tech as a physics major. You got to trust the physics. The G-force is going to keep you in place.
Phoebe, I'm going to quote our good friend Thanos
Our good
from
friend.
the from the Marvel universe. I don't think I will.
I don't think we knew. I didn't know we knew him personally.
As Wesley swings and misses for strike 3. So Wesley is retired swinging. That'll bring up the designated hitter, Emilio Gonzalez. I'm sure if we sat down with him for an hour.
Be good friends with him.
Yeah.
I think we might disagree on morals there with Thanos, but I'm sure you can make friends with anyone. You're a very personable guy.
I appreciate that. That's very nice of you to say. Gonzalez now in a 1-0 count. Runner at first in Davin Whitaker, representing the tying run here in the bottom of the 6th. Here comes the pitch. That off-speed fouled off down the left field line and out of play. When we went on our 8th grade field trip to Busch Gardens, my friends had to do a lot of convincing to get me to go on a 4. And by the end of that, I literally felt like I had been thrown from a tornado. As Gonzalez will ground that one through the whole base hit. So Gonzalez records his 2nd consecutive hit. Now runners on first and second with just one out for the right fielder, Christopher Diaz, as the go-ahead run now on first. The tying run now in scoring position.
Gonzalez, an excellent night tonight. He was absent from the lineup last night. Now in the game tonight with the Aces, he has gotten on base during every single at-bat. Had 2 walks to start the game, had a double during his 3rd at-bat, and now with a base hit.
As he'll take the first pitch for a strike. The former Tulane ball player making some waves on the base paths. Looking to do it once again. Would be awfully timely, especially as we hit the latter stages of this Saturday evening contest, as a big swing and a miss on the off speed for strike 2.
Again, we've seen the Big Train battle back again and again tonight. Put up a 5 spot in the bottom of the 3rd to tie the game and come back from an early deficit And now the lead has just continued to change hands. We're seeing an incredibly competitive and intense ball game here tonight.
Diaz will step out of the box for a moment. We have now seen 6 consecutive half innings with at least 1 run. Diaz trying to make it 7. Here comes the 0-2. That one outside for a ball.
And something of note about the Big Train is that they are the only team in the Cal Ripken League thus far that has not been mercy ruled yet. Well, I shouldn't say yet. That hasn't been mercy ruled. So I think that just goes to show this winning mentality that they have. That
as the 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3.
they've been able to continuously battle back again and again, game after game, to prevent that unfortunate fate of falling 12 runs behind their opposing team.
So Landon Franklin will step up to the plate with runners on first and second and 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Here comes the first offering. That one's inside for a ball. Again, Franklin's Wildcats winning a thriller earlier today against NC State, courtesy of a walk-off 2-run home run. As the 1-0 pitch is in the dirt for a ball.
Franklin was proudly supporting his college with his t-shirt and hat during batting practice.
As have most of the Big Train players here tonight on college night. Most feeling extremely prideful of the university they attend. Here comes the 2-0 to Franklin. That one's popped up just by us here in the box. And there begins another mad dash. Another College World Series update. Florida and Texas A&M currently in a delay, as it has been for a long time. Here comes the 2-1. That off speed is in there for strike 2. The umpire at home plate hesitated. Might have thought it was strike 3 initially, but recovered and called strike 2. So Narkinski looking to get out of the inning with Big Train's first donut on the board since the 2nd inning, as Franklin will swing and miss for strike 3. So we have our first scoreless half inning by either team since the top of the 3rd inning, as the Aces maintain a 9-8 advantage. We'll be back for the top of the 7th here on Big Train Baseball Network.
Take it away, Lexi.
Welcome back to Shirley Povich Field here at Cabot-John Regional Park. As the Big Train remain behind by just a run as we're set to start the top of the 7th inning with the top of the Aces lineup, Tim Nicholson leading things off. As that first pitch will drill him in the back, and so he'll take his base, bringing up the shortstop J.P. Peltier.
So D. Candido was a bit of a ball magnet, taking 3 hit-by-pitches in 4 of his in 3 of his 4 at-bats tonight. Now he had a 4th hit-by-pitch here in Shirley Povich Field tonight.
As the first pitch is in there for a strike. Now we did just witness another edition of the race between the hot dog and the banana. And once again, the banana has come out on top.
Banana now reestablishing their lead.
As that one's outside for a ball.
Haven't had the hot dog banana race for a couple of games as we've been on the road for quite a while, it seems.
One of our lovely game operations interns, Sam Salem, representing Team Banana, defeating Jordan Parham, who is representing Team Hot Dog, as the count will now go to 2-1. A rare Miami of Ohio victory over a team like Virginia Tech. Won't see that too often, although the Hokies have been upset by mid-majors in football a couple of times over the past handful of years. As the 2-1 pitch is fouled off into the parking lot, so that'll bring the count to 2-2. I don't mean to dogpile on Virginia Tech, but they are one of just 2 AP top 15 teams to lose to an FCS team. The other one being actually Recca Leonard's beloved Michigan Wolverines back in 2007. As that pitch is in there for strike 3. So Peltier is set down looking. That'll bring up Jeremiah Jenkins. That loss by Michigan to Appalachian State. Arguably the biggest upset in college football history. A 34-32 victory for the Mountaineers in the Big House. That dropped Michigan from the number 5 spot in the AP poll completely out of the rankings. That had never happened before. But that blocked field goal, one of the all-time moments in college football history.
So we're seeing a mound visit from manager Sal Colangelo over to Stevens, and it looks like we will have a pitching change here. Looks to be Max Martzoff.
Warming up to the Way I Are.
I like the warm-up song. You said that so surprised.
I wasn't expecting it. It's an excellent song, don't get me wrong. The slowed and reverb version of the song, I would argue, might be at the level of the regular version of the song. But Max Martzoff now looking to close the door like he did in Silver Spring the other night.
He's had some excellent games from the mound, and again, as we've mentioned, he is a returner to the Big Train squad. And as we saw when he joined us in the booth last night, at the top of the 4th inning, a very mature guy and also player on the field. He knows manager Sal Colangelo well. He knows the Big Train team through and through. He said that this team is one that's gotten close a lot quicker than he's seen in previous years. He's a very calm and mature presence in that bullpen. So while the Big Train has found themselves behind in the score yet again, no doubt he's going to bring some calmness and control to the field, reestablishing the Big Train lead hopefully here from the defensive side. Can see him throwing some excellent pitches in warm-up with catcher Luca Perriello. Bit of an odd tandem there. You have rising senior Max Martzoff and rising freshman Luca Perriello opposite each other.
But Martzoff, again, a couple of games ago, showing off that level-headedness, mowing down the T-Bolts and stopping a late rally to give Bethesda their first road win of the season, as the first pitch to Jenkins is outside for a ball.
Jenkins been walked in his last 3 at-bats.
As the count moves to 2-1 on Jeremiah Jenkins. as the pickoff attempt at first is unsuccessful. I'll have to ask a couple of our baseball historians outside on the other side of this press box door. I am trying to figure out which MLB great Jenkins stands exactly like. This is really going to bug me. Hopefully I'll have an answer for you all by the next half inning.
See what you mean.
As the 2-1 pitch is lined through the hole on the right side for a base hit. Nicholson's going to round second. He's headed for third. The throw by Diaz is cut off by Newman. And so the Aces have runners on the corners with one out.
So as I mentioned, Jenkins getting walked in his previous 3 at-bats, now getting a base hit, no doubt, instilling some confidence in the Aces hitter. Being able to get the bat onto the ball and get a hit off like that to propel your team into the chance of extending their lead and really cushioning it. Although, as we saw in the 3rd inning, that doesn't seem to stop the big train from moving along.
As the first offering to Jamie Quinn Irons is high and outside for a ball. Martsolf not unfamiliar with these kinds of situations. As the 1-0's in there for a strike, was talking us through how to get through these jams yesterday.
Sporting a Florida Atlantic hat while on the mound.
The 1-1 offering inside for ball 2.
Showing off his pride for the Owls. You're absolutely right. He did walk us through what he would like his catcher to relay to him. And during those mound visits, when you find yourself in that situation, and
2-1 pitch is outside for ball 3.
also how to calm yourself down in those situations and come at it from a different angle. So he's definitely an excellent person to bring in from the bullpen as a reliever.
The 3-1 pitch is popped up into shallow left field as Newman makes the catch for out number 2. So a big bat now gone for the Aces as Riley D. Candido steps back up to the plate.
Number 25, Riley Candido.
But Martsolf, an incredibly mature, calm, and experienced player.
As the first pitch to D. Candido's fouled off for a strike. Here comes the 0-1. There's a rare off speed from Martsolf. That's just outside. As that one's lined into shallow left field, that'll drop in front of Bastion for a base hit. So the Aces will extend their lead to 10-8 as Nicholson scores from third. Riley D. Candido having himself a heck of a night, as that'll bring up the second baseman, Ethan Plyler.
Number 40, Ethan
Absolutely
Plyler.
has yet to be left at the plate tonight. Being hit by the pitch a couple of times, but outside of that has gotten 2 base hits tonight.
The first pitch is grounded over the glove of Whitaker and fair. That'll roll all the way into the left field corner. Jenkins scores. And another run scores as the Aces extend their lead to 12-8. Both Jenkins and D. Candido scoring on the double from Ethan Plyler. I think Whitaker might have had to have on a pair of PF Flyers in order to catch that one.
I mean, he's a pretty tall guy, but even he couldn't get the height on that ball. It was sailing over, just over his glove there. And as we saw, rolled into the far left corner.
So the Aces have now scored in 4 consecutive half innings and have played at least 1 run in every single half inning but 1 in the top of the 3rd. The offense has just been so consistent. as the first pitch to Brendan Harity is in there for a strike. As the count now 0-2 on Harity. Harity will look at that one outside for a ball. Here comes the 1-2. That one inside. So the count now moves to 2-2.
So the Aces have already reestablished a pretty cushy lead for themselves here. The one runner
And so the count moves full.
with one runner still in scoring position, they have the opportunity to extend it even further and make things incredibly difficult for the Big Train.
Sam Robertson waiting on deck as that one's skied. Ranging over is Franklin, and he's got it for out number 3. But the Aces tack on 3 more. They lead 12-8. We're going to stretch as we head into the bottom of the 7th inning here on Big Train Baseball Network. Welcome back to Big Train Baseball Network, where the Aces have extended their lead to 12-8 as Carter Newman will lead off the bottom of the 7th for the Big Train.
He got a double at his last at-bat.
As that one might have hit the mask of the home plate umpire again, but thankfully this time around he looks A-okay.
I was going to say, it looked like something flew off. I think it was just the ball again hitting the mask of the umpire. Luckily, he's all right. There's no theatrics tonight. But if there were to be, our excellent athletic trainer, Dr. Holland, is always on standby, ready to help.
So the count 1-0 on Carter Newman. Here comes the pitch from Narkinski. That off speed low for ball 2.
Waiting on deck, Luca Periello, the catcher for tonight, stepping in for Nick DeLisi.
Here comes the 2-0 to Newman. That off speed's in there for a strike. Here comes the 2-1 to Newman. That off speed is fouled off. And so the count will go to 2-2. Look at the hustle from Owen. Holy cow.
He's got some wheels on him. Get him at the plate. Look at him go.
That ball was met with intention.
Owen, of course, is our lovely bat boy for the Big Train squad.
The 2-2 pitch is high and inside for ball 3.
So the Big Train now again finding themselves in a 4-run deficit. We watched them bounce back from it with a 5 spot in the bottom of the 3rd, hoping to see some similar success.
As the 3-2 off-speed pitch is outside for ball 4.
Hoping to see some similar success in the bottom of the 7th, and Newman giving them a good start to do just that, getting on base.
So that'll bring up the rising freshman at Virginia Tech, Luca Perriello. Phoebe, I have to ask, being at Virginia Tech for as long as you have, you know a lot about the school. And you've come to learn a lot about traditions and fun facts. What is the most fun fact about Virginia Tech that you wish to share here?
The most fun fact about Virginia Tech, I think I would have to go with the way history is so integrated into the school. I mean, we've got Frank Beamer Way, which is where Lane Stadium is located. Fun fact, I'm trying to think of anything that's surprising that most outsiders wouldn't know. I might have to come back to you on that.
As the count now 1-1 on Perriello.
Because we don't have very many strange and long-rooted traditions that would surprise any of our listeners, I don't believe. Because I imagine it's pretty common at most schools, our game ball routine. During the homecoming game, we have the Corps of Cadets run through campus for the entire week leading up to the homecoming game with the game ball, and you're meant to touch it as it passes by you to bring good luck. I think another fun fact branching off of that is that Virginia Tech used to be a Corps of Cadet school, all-male school, so if you attended, you were a part of the Corps of Cadets. Now, obviously, much different situation in the year 2024. But yeah, I would say that's probably one of our most fun traditions. I love homecoming week, especially being a part of Greek life.
As the 2-2 pitch is popped into foul territory, racing over is Kalk, but it will bounce off the glove of Harity, as that looked like a tough one to corral, so Perriello will stay alive.
A fun fact that our producer, Jordan Parham, wishes to share, which he also attends Virginia Tech, is Hokie Stone. I guess that is something that most people wouldn't know if you haven't been to Virginia Tech's campus, is that almost all of the academic buildings are made from Hokie Stone. It's a limestone that they dig out of the quarries nearby in Blacksburg. So all our buildings made from Hokie Stone, and Virginia Tech is the only company that's allowed to use that Hokie Stone, that very specific limestone. So if you're ever near Blacksburg and you want to step by the campus, you can see the academic buildings. Oh, that reminds me, speaking of academic buildings, fun fact, the Cowgoyle. This
is like fun fact number 4. You have quadrupled my asking price. This is impressive.
I mean, I have been there for a while. The Cowgoyle. As Virginia Tech used to be an agricultural school, we don't have gargoyles. We have Cowgoyles. They're kind of in a hidden part of campus. It's not where a lot of academic buildings are. It's actually located outside of the entomology building. So there's not very many students that pass by that way. I had my statistics lab near there, so I got to see the Cowgoyles once a week.
All stuff Luca Perriello can look forward to seeing this fall as he'll start his first year of college at VT. Currently in a heated battle with Tucker Narkinski. Those are fun facts, though. I didn't know about any of that.
Do you have any fun facts you'd like to share about Mizzou?
Yeah. The 2-2 pitch is grounded foul. Perriello with a heck of an at-bat. I will share this one. I'll keep it to one. But the University of Missouri has a very topsy-turvy and interesting history if you would like to look more into that. But one of the things that the school prides itself heavily on is that they claim to be the inventor of homecoming.
I think I've heard you mention this before. That is...
As Perriello goes down swinging, but a heck of an at-bat just to make it last as long as it did. And so the top of the lineup will step back up as Jaden Bastian will take to the dish.
That is an impressive fact and claim to make. As I was just mentioning, I love homecoming week at Virginia Tech. To be able to start that tradition is pretty impressive. I feel like it would be very difficult to fact check, though.
I'm going to get right to that. So the NCAA, Jeopardy, and Trivial Pursuit, and the internet, as Bastian will foul the first pitch off for a strike. All of those credit the University of Missouri as the inventor of homecoming. It was started in 1911 as a way to get alumni to come back to school for a football game, one which Missouri beat arch rival Kansas in 3-0. Riveting, I know.
That is an exciting fun fact. That's now I know if I were ever to go on Jeopardy, although I doubt they would reuse a question.
But here's where it gets interesting, and here's my hot take that I don't think should be very hot at all, as we're going to get a quick stoppage in play. I don't think Mizzou actually invented homecoming. Gasp.
Are you saying Alex Trebek was lying?
It wasn't Alex Trebek lying. I mean, they looked something up, and that was what was in front of them as the count now 0-2 on Bastian. Several other schools have very tangible claims of starting homecoming before 1911. That includes Auburn, University of Texas at Austin, Southwestern University, Baylor, as Bastian will pop that one out of play down the right field line. All of those schools claim to have started homecoming before the year 1911. But I think the one that might actually have all of them beat, and the one you can actually find records for, is Northern Illinois University, out in DeKalb, Illinois. Had a homecoming-style football game in the year 1906. As the count now goes to 1-2 on Jaden Bastian. It is even in their football records. The NIU Huskies football team taking on a team of alumni. That game finishing in a instant classic-style 0-0 draw.
A team of alumni. Now that sounds like a fun homecoming tradition. So I wonder if the discrepancies between each school saying they created homecoming, I wonder if it just has to do with what they define the tradition as it is a pretty vague term. It can mean a lot of different things. It means something different at each school.
So we're actually going to get a pitch clock violation on Tucker Narkinski. So the count now moving to 2-2. As Bastian will stay alive with another foul ball. It did pay me a little bit to find that out because it's unique.
That is incredibly unique.
It is a very unique thing, especially considering how much it's become ingrained in American culture. Whether it's at the high school or collegiate level, people get really excited. Homecoming at Mizzou is a several-week-long event. Everybody catches what I call homecoming fever, especially in Greek life. As the count now moves to 3-2 on Bastian. It does consume some people for a handful of months. It can get a little bit crazy. But the actual festivities, it makes me fall in love with the university again.
That's a very sweet sentiment. I definitely agree. I think being a part of Greek life during homecoming week, it does kind of consume all of your thoughts.
As Bastian will fight back to take his base on ball 4. So the big train threatening once again with multiple runners on base early, as we're going to have another mound visit. Narkinski finding himself in a little bit of a pickle.
Trying to see here if we can witness any action in the Aces bullpen.
And we are going to have a pitching change, so we'll bring it right back here on Big Train Baseball Network after the first handful of warm-up pitches, as Tucker Narkinski's night is going to be done.
The juices in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride the buggy train till the sun comes up. Ride the
Welcome back to Shirley Povich Field here at Cabin John Regional Park. As the new pitcher on the mound for the Aces is going to be Quinn Yellen, representing the University of Maryland, as well as the small population of submarine pitchers, as the first pitch to Andrew Williamson is in there for a strike.
I know you've explained it on the broadcast before, but again, for our listeners, please explain. Quinn Yellen, a submarine pitcher. What does that mean?
So a submarine pitcher is essentially your release angle is a lot closer to the ground than what a conventional pitcher might throw, as the count now 1-1 on Williamson. It's not very common, as that's not how you're naturally taught to throw a baseball. You are taught to throw it with the ball around wherever your head is, a little bit higher. You're taught to more go over the top. Not as over the top as like a cricket bowl, for example, but somewhere in between a submarine and a cricket bowl, as Williamson will swing and miss for a strike. But the reason why submarine pitchers aren't as populous, especially in starting positions, a lot of the time you're sacrificing velocity for movement, which can absolutely work. There have been a handful of really great MLB pitchers who have made their money throwing submarine style. As a good eye there from Williamson to lay that one off. But if batters are able to sort of time up those slower pitches, that's pretty much endgame for a submarine pitcher, which is why they're often used sparingly. I think a great example is Darren O'Day, a former Baltimore Orioles great, as Williamson stays alive with the foul ball. Was never really a starter, primarily closed for the Orioles, pitched limited innings. But it's always fun to see. Definitely a refresh.
Definitely a refresh. No doubt the Aces trying to change things up as they were able to reestablish a big lead, now leading 12-8. But Williamson still at the plate now, staring down a full count pitch.
And a great eye by Williamson. That'll load the bases for big bad Davin Whitaker, who represents the tying run.
Number 26, Davin Whitaker.
Again, Davin Whitaker has been huge for the Big Train, as started in all of the Big Train's games this summer and has had some pretty big hits tonight. As you said, brought in the lead for the Big Train earlier in the game.
The first pitch to Whitaker. That one popped up into foul territory. And that one will be caught by the catcher Kalk for out number 2.
So Whitaker unable to show his impressive prowess at the plate, as catcher Kalk was able to get under that one for the second out of the night.
And so now we have a pinch hitter.
It's number 8, Jackson Giacconi, stepping in for Matthew Wesley.
Representing the tying run. A native of Eureka, California, playing his college ball at Cal State Fullerton, the most widely attended Cal State system school.
Now we were able to catch up with Giacconi before yesterday's game. And he's had time now on the East Coast after growing up on the West Coast. I asked him if he was interested in going back to the West Coast. He said that decision lies with his girlfriend, as they plan to move in together eventually.
So Giacconi ahead 1-0. Here comes the offering from Yellen, as that one's outside for ball 2.
He mostly said he'd be happy wherever he ends up.
Love the geographical flexibility. Not everybody has that.
I certainly don't. I am not a fan of cold weather.
The 2-0 to Giacconi's fouled off. So what the heck have you been doing in Virginia and Maryland this entire time? I guess you haven't really had a super big choice about where to live.
Grew up in Virginia, attended an in-state school, Virginia Tech. Not sure where I'll end up after completing my senior year at Virginia Tech, but
as Giacconi swings and misses, bringing the count to 2-2.
I'm a much bigger fan of warmer weather. I don't do well in the cold. I can't picture myself up in the north.
So the count now 2-2 on Giacconi. With 2 outs and the bases loaded. The Titan representing the tying run. Here comes the pitch. Got him looking, strike 3. So Quinn Yellen leaves the bases loaded and keeps the Aces ahead 12-8. This one's shaping to be up in the thriller category. We'll be right back here on Big Train Baseball Network.
Two kids come alive in a night rush. I'll be the girl next door. You be my summer crush. Yeah, I think you should come and pick me up. 'Cause nothing feels as good as summer love.
Welcome back to Big Train Baseball Network, where we have a new pitcher in for Bethesda to start the top of the 8th inning. It is the Duke of James Madison, Kevin Scully, looking to keep this game at 12-8 as the count on the designated hitter Sam Robertson now goes to 2-0.
Scully, a rising junior at JMU, was representing his Dukes tonight with his purple JMU hat and the t-shirt prior to warm-ups. He's a product of Montvale, New Jersey. We've seen him pitch sparingly for the Big Train this summer.
And he'll walk Sam Robertson on 4 pitches, bringing up the catcher Max Kalk.
Number 30, Max Kalk.
So we've now seen a couple of different arms from the Big Train bullpen stepping up on the mound during this, as you said, thrilling contest we've had so far tonight. Had a good, healthy mix of right-handed pitchers and left-handed pitchers.
There goes the runner. The throw down to second is in time, but could not be gloved by Newman. So Robertson will make it into second safely once again. Him and Tim Nicholson have been raining terror on the base paths all night long.
So as you mentioned, Aces already with a 4-run lead. Scully hoping to hold them at that. Aces with the opportunity to extend that lead even further. We watched the Big Train come back from a 5-hole deficit earlier in the game, hoping that Scully will hold them to a limited number of runs, if not 0, to give them a chance to work their magic once again. The bottom of the 8th inning has proven successful for them before here at Shirley Povich Field.
So the count now 0-2 on Kalk. Here comes the pitch. That one getting by Perriello, allowing Robertson to take third easily. So the count now 1-2 on Kalk. Perriello unable to keep that pitch in front of him. So Kalk will step back into the box. Scully will look to put him away with a runner on third and none out. The 1-2 pitch in there for strike 3. So Kalk is sent down looking. That'll kick it back to the top of the lineup with Tim Nicholson.
Number 13, Tim Nicholson.
Nicholson was hit by a pitch during his previous at-bat. He's gotten 2 RBIs tonight, gotten a hit off his other 2 at-bats. Had a pretty successful night at the plate tonight.
As he'll foul that one off into the parking lot. So the count now 0-1 on Nicholson. Here comes the 0-1. That's high and inside for ball 1. Nicholson, this past season with George Washington, helped the Revolutionaries make the Atlantic 10 tournament for the first time since 2018 when they went all the way to the semis before falling to number 2 seeded George Mason, as Nicholson will foul another one off for strike 2. Here comes the pitch. That one swung on and missed for strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts for Kevin Scully. putting 2 outs on the board for the shortstop, J.P. Peltier.
So Robertson still sitting on third, hoping to score the 13th run of the night for the Aces.
As the first pitch is upstairs for a ball. Here comes the 1-0 from Scully. That one's lined right to the second baseman, Franklin, for out number 3. So for the first time since the top of the third, and for just the second time tonight, the Aces are held scoreless in a half inning. The Big Train stay down 12-8. We'll be right back here on Big Train Baseball Network.
Meet me in the corner alone. 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 Boogie, boogie, boogie down. Baby, can you boogie down?
Welcome back to Big Train Baseball Network. As we're set to start the bottom of the 8th inning with a new pitcher on the bump for the Aces. It's number 17, John Downing from Seton Hall University.
A rising sophomore left-handed pitcher, hails from New Hyde Park, New York. During high school, he helped lead Chaminade to a 24-2 record and earn a New York Class AA state title. He was also ranked the number 14 left-handed pitcher out of New York, a strong addition to the Aces bullpen.
The 1-1 to Gonzalez is inside. Gonzalez has had a couple of big hits tonight, including a ground rule double that he thought for a handful of moments went over the fence on the fly. As the 2-1 pitch is in there for a strike, my goodness. That was a heck of an off-speed pitch from Downing. That looked like it might hit Gonzalez coming out of his hand, but that one ending up in the strike zone. And Gonzalez will go down swinging. So a great at-bat there from Downing, as that'll bring up Christopher Diaz.
First time tonight that Gonzalez has been left at the plate. As you mentioned, he's had an excellent night tonight, been getting on base for 4 of his previous at-bats.
So let's see what Diaz can do with 1 out and no one on, as the first off speed is in there for a strike. Coming off of Downing's hand, that's just so difficult to hit, especially for lefties. As the 0-1's grounded up the middle and over the glove of the shortstop Peltier for a base hit. So Diaz makes it aboard safely, bringing up the second baseman Landon Franklin.
You mentioned new pitcher John Downing throwing some excellent pitches that are very difficult to hit. Aces, no doubt, trying to bring out the big guns. They watched the big train come out of a 5-run deficit to tie up the game, not once but twice, and then take the lead. So no doubt trying to bring out the big guns to hold firmly to the lead that they've worked so hard to gain here.
As the first pitch to Franklin's in there for a strike. A 1 pitch is hit high and deep into center field. Back goes Quinn Irons, and he'll make the catch just shy of the warning track for out number 2. As Carter Newman will step up to the plate.
Newman was walked during his previous at-bat. Has gotten a double tonight. Hoping for some similar success here at the plate.
Here comes the first pitch to Newman. Bat off speed is inside for a ball. As the pickoff attempt at first unsuccessful. Diaz and Jenkins having a little fun. The 1-0 pitch in there for a strike. On that note, I am curious to see, and I think I mentioned this a few broadcasts ago, if anyone even attempts a hidden ball trick in this league. Unfortunately, so many players have grown up around it that I wouldn't be surprised if they're lurking out for it at all times.
Do you want to go into more depth about what you mean by a hidden ball trick?
So there will be a pickoff attempt at either first, second, or third. The fielder at the base as Newman laces this one to left center field. That'll drop for a base hit. Diaz hustling over to third. Newman will make it into second standing up. And a big hit there from the 8-hitter Newman, putting 2 runners in scoring position as Luca Perriello will try to keep the good times rolling with 2 outs. But as I was saying, the fielder, whether it be the first baseman, second baseman, third baseman, or shortstop, would fake throwing the ball back to the pitcher, would keep the ball in their glove, act super nonchalant, will go back to their base, set up like normal, but will keep their peripheral vision open for the runner coming off of base at any second. And if they do, that's when they tag him out, catch him off guard. Surprise, surprise. So the count 0-1 on Perriello. The 0-1 pitch. Off speed, fouled off again. So Perriello now in a hole with 2 outs.
So with the sun fully set here, I noticed this in the previous half inning. The second baseman, Landon Franklin, in the previous inning, now Ethan Plyler, both of them appear to be wearing sunglasses over their hats, which are just catching the stadium light. Keeps catching my eye out there at second base.
What are you talking about? They're just preparing for the sun to come back up again.
Trying to
30
keep
minutes.
themselves safe and prepared from the Sun's surprise return.
Maybe if we were in Alaska, yes. But we are literally on the opposite side of the country as Alaska. As the 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. So Downing gets out of a jam, stranding 2 runners in scoring position. The Aces still lead 12-8 as we head into the top of the 9th inning. We'll be right back here on Big Train Baseball Network.
The juice is in the mix, it'll fix you up. I'm gonna ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train, ride the boogie train till the sun comes up. Meet me in the corner alone. 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 Boogie down, mix up. Boogie down, fix up.
Welcome back to Big Train Baseball Network, where Bethesda still trails Alexandria 12-8 as we're set to start the top of the 9th inning with Jeremiah Jenkins at the plate. Kevin Scully still on the bump for the Big Train as there's a shot into deep center field. Back goes Williamson at the wall. It is gone. A big fly for Jeremiah Jenkins. And the Aces extend their lead to 13-8 on the first pitch of the top of the 9th inning.
A huge at-bat for Jenkins, getting a home run, the first one we've seen here tonight. Aces already with an extensive lead have now cushioned it even further to make things extra difficult for the Big Train.
That one disappearing into the suburban Maryland night. Now a 5-run lead for Alexandria, as the first offering to Jamie Quinn Irons is an off-speed in there for a strike. Here comes the 0-1. Another off-speed in there for a strike. It's just so fascinating to see Jenkins stand so casually at the plate, yet be able to hit for so much power.
You mentioned that his stance at the plate reminded you of an MLB player.
Still, I apologize to our viewers. I will try and find, if not this half inning, at some point in the future, who he stands like, because I know it's somebody.
It is an interesting stance. He doesn't put a lot of bend in his knees.
It sort of reminds me of how Cody Bellinger stands right now versus how he used to bat, which is what David Whitaker emulates in the present day, as Scully gets Quinn Irons swinging for strike 3. That'll make it 1 out here in the top of the 9th for the right fielder Riley DiCandido. Also reminiscent of someone like, think about Anthony Rizzo on the New York Yankees. Think about Danny Espinosa, who was a longtime Washington National. As the first pitch is popped way up in the air into foul territory. And that'll sail over the bleachers down the third base line. But Jenkins able to get that bat around so fast. And not many have hit it over the center field wall so far this summer. The only other player I could think of was Jack Pokerak on the Braves, who did it last Sunday in the first inning off of Jake Villar. But on the first pitch of the inning,
What a way to set the course for the inning.
as the count now 1-2 on DeCandido, Scully really working this curveball.
Now, it would be interesting to ask the players. We did get a chance to ask a couple of the pitchers on media day.
There's a high pop fly into foul territory. And Giacone's got it at the line for out number 2.
It would be interesting to ask. We got a chance to ask a couple of the pitchers on media day what pitchers they try to emulate and who they look up to. It would be interesting to ask a couple of the hitters who they try and emulate at the plate, or if it's even a conscious decision.
So that'll bring up the second baseman, Ethan Plyler. The first pitch, a big swing and a miss for a strike. And we've already seen some. Whitaker emulating the old batting stance of Cody Bellinger, for example. Jeremiah Jenkins emulating the new Cody Bellinger. As the 0-1 is fouled off for strike 2. But oftentimes young athletes grow up idolizing players in the respective sport they're playing, and they naturally try to assimilate parts of their game into their own. As the off-speed pitch on 0-2 is in the dirt for a ball. And so while every player is unique, you can often see bits and pieces from other people sort of cooked, infused into their arsenal, whatever sport they play. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. That off speed is grounded to short, glove by Newman, fires it onto first. My goodness, what a play by Carter Newman! So the big train only let up one on the Jenkins homer, but a spectacular play at short by Carter Newman to end the inning. But the big train have a lot of work to do in the bottom of the ninth. Down by 5 runs. Let's see if they can come back once again. We'll be back here on Big Train Baseball Network.
Keep hoping you feel this too. Holding on and on and on and on. Hoping I can get to know you better. Living in sweet suburbia. Some fun is all we want. Two kids come alive in a night rush. I'll be the girl next door. You be my summer crush. Yeah, I think you should come and pick me up. 'Cause nothing feels as good as summer love.
Welcome back to Big Train Baseball Network, where Bethesda is down to its last half inning, trailing by 5 runs as they're due up 1-2-3, looking to prevent the Aces from extending their league best record to 8-4, as Jaden Bastian will take the first 2 pitches from John Downing for balls.
Well, Big Train sitting behind 5. We saw them put up a 5 spot in the bottom of the 3rd. So we know they have the capabilities to do so.
They put up 8 against the T-Bolts earlier this season.
And that was in the bottom of the 8th, now sitting in the bottom of the 9th. Now they have been held scoreless for the previous 3 innings.
As the 3-0's in there for a strike.
But I do believe the work from Scully on the mound just kind of shows the mentality of the entire team. Yes, a homer got through, so Big Aces extended their lead by 1, but Scully showing excellent calmness and maturity on the mound. He didn't let that phase him as he then retired the next 3 batters that he faced to wrap up that top inning very quickly.
So the count now full on Bastion. Here comes the pitch. That one inside for ball 4. So a good start for Bethesda. The leadoff batter is aboard. That'll bring out the center fielder, Andrew Williamson.
Number 29, Andrew Williamson.
So again, now 1 runner aboard. No outs on the board. Big Train with a lot of work to do, but we've seen them do it before.
As that first pitch to Williamson's in the dirt for a ball. Perhaps he can emulate the spirit of that Central Florida team I was talking about earlier. Amidst a wonky game against South Florida, when good old Quentin Flowers was slinging it for the Bulls, the Knights came all the way back with Mike Hughes delivering the exclamation mark on one of the more electric kickoff returns you'll ever see, sending the UCF crowd into a frenzy. Here comes the 2-0. That one popped way up into the air into foul territory. That one will land out of play.
Remember, for your safety, children may not leave Shirley Povich Field without parents.
So the count now 2-1 on Williamson. Here comes the pitch. That one's skied out into deep left field. Back goes Nicholson, and it's off the wall. Bastion speeding around third. He'll make it safely into home. Williamson's going to have a stand-up RBI double, and the Aces' lead is cut to 4.
So as we said, we saw them come back from a five-run deficit earlier in this game. We've seen them come back from more in the bottom of the 8th inning, facing the T-Bolts at home to end up with the victory. Getting a lot of positive momentum going here to start off the bottom of the 9th inning. 1 run across the plate. Now 1 runner on second in scoring position. As you have, as you called him, the big bad Davin Whitaker stepping up to the plate. A huge bat for the Bethesda Big Train. You can hear his walk-up song playing now. I guess his second walk-up song, as he's previously been walking up to L.A. Love by Fergie, now walking up to Sweet Escape by Gwen Stefani.
A song that was recently sampled by rising star Big X the Plug. Not sure how many of our viewers know that name. But nevertheless, Whitaker now.
Hoping to make a sweet escape here and help the Big Train towards a victory.
First pitch in there for a strike. Never thought I'd mention Big X the Plug on a broadcast, yet here we are. Yo onto Whitaker is grounded back to Downing, who bobbles it, fires it over to first, not in time. So Downing couldn't corral what was essentially a swinging bunt from Whitaker. And now the Big Train have 2 runners on base for Jackson Giacconi.
No outs on the board yet. Already scratched 1 across in this inning, have the opportunity to scratch across a second, a third, and a 4th to bring this, to really cut in to the Aces' lead here.
Here comes the first pitch to Giacconi. In there for a strike. Boy, Downing really leaning on that off speed against lefties. Finding a lot of success thus far. The 0-1 pitch. Just missed the outside corner for a ball. The 1-1. In there for strike 2. So Giacconi now in a hole with Emilio Gonzalez waiting on deck. Here comes the pitch. And that one hits Giacconi. A bailout for the Big Train, who now have the tying run stepping up to the plate in Emilio Gonzalez. Things just got really interesting here.
I mean, we've said it again and again. It's not over until it's over. Big Train sitting with a huge opportunity, having yet another big bat stepping up to the plate now in Emilio Gonzalez. Bases loaded, no outs on the board.
This is what happened to Jonathan Stevens a few innings ago, hitting a batter with 2 strikes. Let's see if Downing can bounce back. The first pitch to Gonzalez is flied out into deep left field, but foul and out of play into the Big Train bullpen, bouncing into the tennis courts. I'm curious to see if Gonzalez is able to pull a ball here. Has done a lot of hitting to the opposite field. But with how much torque and power he has in his swing, if he's able to get a hold of one, watch out, as there's a big swing and a miss for strike 2.
So the Big Train needing 5 here to walk away with the victory, have 3 on the bases ready to go.
Here comes the 0-2. Outside for a ball.
On deck is Diaz, who got a base hit during his previous at-bat. He's gotten a double tonight as well.
The count now 1-2 on Gonzalez. Here comes the pitch. Off speed, lined into center field. That'll drop for a base hit. Williamson will score from third. And the Big Train have cut Alexandria's lead to 3.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead because I want to bounce off something that I think you might be about to say.
I was going to say bases still loaded as now Christopher Diaz steps up to the plate, got a base hit off of his previous at-bat. What were you going to say?
This is exactly what we have been talking about.
Yes. Setting up plays for the person behind you, staying in it till the end, making smart plays, not necessarily swinging for the fences, but staying with it until the very end.
And also just building the house brick by brick instead of trying to build it all super quickly. So now the tying run aboard in Gonzalez, standing at first, a pinch hitter at the plate. It's Jordan Crosland. Looking to keep momentum rolling for what could be another incredible comeback victory, as the first pitch from Downing's in there for a strike. As I said earlier, Crosland getting the night off with Landon Franklin starting at second and Carter Newman starting at short. Can he play the hero in the 9th? Nearly hit there by Downing, as the count now 2-0.
Nearly hit there. Looks like Crosland tensed up, expecting it to hit him in the shoulder as well. Thankfully, it did not hit him.
Had to Derek Jeter his way out of that one. Here comes the 1-1. That one grounded foul down the third base line. The intensity has just skyrocketed here in the bottom half of the 9th.
Can see all the players in the Big Train dugout waiting at the fence.
Here comes the 1-2. That one popped into shallow left field. Ranging in is Nicholson, but it's going to be caught by the shortstop Peltier for out number 1. So with 1 down and the bases still loaded, Landon Franklin steps up to the plate.
Number 22, Landon Franklin.
The pride of Cleveland, Tennessee, the current Kentucky Wildcat.
Pinch runner at first
as we have a pinch runner at first base in Keenan Bowman. But Franklin hoping to extrapolate some of the heroics his Kentucky Wildcats pulled off earlier today against NC State. Here comes the first offering. That one inside for a ball. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt for ball 2.
Now, as you said, Big Train, huge opportunity to come back in a huge way. And I have to say, if they do, I do expect them to emulate the Virginia Tech alumni Jack Hurls, the 2023 third rounder who banded in the walk-off extra innings single on Thursday for the Hillsboro Hops for the 5-4 win. He was so excited to knock in that walk-off, taking his shirt off, cheering, running all around the field. And I do expect the Big Train to celebrate in that way if they do come up with this huge comeback win.
The 2-1 to Franklin. That one swung on and missed for strike 2. The 2-2 pitch. That one fouled off down the right field line. Downing jamming Franklin with an inside pitch. But really nice defense from Franklin to stay alive. The 2-2 pitch. That one lined. And it'll be caught by Jenkins for out number 2. So the last hope for the Big Train rests on the wooden bat of Carter Newman. Has had a really nice game thus far. Made an exceptional play at shortstop to end the last half inning.
Again, a relatively different position for him. Hasn't typically been.
The first pitch to Newman, low for a ball.
Typically hasn't been in that shortstop position as that is typically Franklin. Newman is usually found sometimes at shortstop, but
so the count now 1-1 on Newman. Luca Perriello waiting on deck. Here comes the pitch. That one inside for a ball. Every close ball and strike feeling about 5 times more important. Here comes the 2-1. That one hit high and deep into left center field. Ranging over is Nicholson, and he's got it for the final out. So the Aces win a thriller 13-10 as the Big Train leave the bases loaded to end the game. They were able to cut into Alexandria's deficit ever so slightly in the bottom of the 9th, putting up 2. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. And the Aces will extend their league best record to 8-4. While the Big Train's still looking to get back on track. Phoebe, obviously a wild one tonight. 23 combined runs, 26 combined hits, also 10 combined errors, reminiscent of the Big Train's exhibition game against the Senators a couple of weeks ago. What are some of your main takeaways from tonight?
I'd say one of my main takeaways just right off the bat is that this is one of the largest scoring games we've seen from the Big Train in a while. They got 10 runs tonight. That's huge. It definitely shows that while they didn't walk away with the win tonight, they are definitely back on track, I would say. You know, they've made a lot of changes in the infield and the outfield. They've made a couple of changes with the lineup. But what's really been showing through in their playing is that they're making smarter plays. They're not swinging at the fences. They're not letting big score deficits choke them up and freeze them up, but they're really making those smart plays. They're focusing on the person coming up behind them. They're focusing on just getting onto base, not necessarily swinging for the fences, and it definitely worked out tonight. Didn't walk away with the victory, but they tied the game up twice, took away the lead at one point. So I would definitely say that they are back on track. They're making smarter plays. They're playing a lot better. That we saw it tonight, putting up 10 runs. We haven't seen that in a while, not since the start of the season. So I would say they're back on track.
They were resilient. They had timely hits. They made plays in the field when it mattered most. Unfortunately, just could not make up the late inning deficit from the Aces. But the Big Train looking to get back on track in the win column tomorrow when they'll take on the DC Grays here at Shirley Povich Field for what should be another fun and exciting Sunday evening contest. Phoebe, thank you so much. Our production assistants, Jordan Parham, Lindsey Morin, a big thank you to them. For my broadcast partner, Phoebe Winters, our executive producer, Harrison Myers, I'm Quentin Corpuel saying so long from Shirley Povich